With the February 5th, 2024 City Council meeting. If the clerk can call the roll.
Of course. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Great, thank you. And we'll move to our special orders of the day, which is the Santa Clara County 2023 Synopsis Championship Science Fair 2023 STEM winners from Palo Alto. And we are fortunate to have so many incredible winners from the city of Palo Alto, both here today, but also who are unable to make it, that we are really excited to be able to honor. So I'm going to go through, it's a sizable list because such a proud city. So it's a sizable list, but I'm going to read each name and the project title. Forgive me if I mispronounce some of these scientific names. I've never been a science person, so I know you're all far better at this than I am. So we'll go through the list here. Rishi Anand, his project title, Unsupervised Detection of Abnormal Crop Changes from Aerial Images. Oscar Anderson, project title, Impact of, oh, here we go already. Mike, how do you pronounce that?
Mike Caritze?
Yeah, Mike. You know, Oscar, I'm going to have you pronounce that one. On terrestrial carbon sinks under elevated CO2 levels, how fungi can slow climate change. I shouldn't have asked a fellow lawyer. Oh, that's true. You're okay. Connor Chin, signal processing, modeling, and feedback system for stringed instrument musicians. Jacob Chu, water boiling device with heat exchanger-based preheating to produce potable water with increased energy efficiency. David Clark, the seed spreader. Karina Gross, avian, aerial video identification automated network novel machine learning to monitor bird population by flight pattern. Roy Gross, tactical drone detection and tracking using machine learned radio interferometry lessons from Ukraine. Ryan Kim, Bee Safe, detecting bee diseases with multi-scale object detection and generative adversarial networks. Alan Lee, connectedness in friends and strangers, graph of spiders and complements. Lauren Lee, probiotics protect tomato growth from sodium dodecyl sulfate induced stress. Maya Mazen, seaweed and its absorption of CO2 in worms. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Devish Matwani, for navigation and obstacle avoidance for the visually impaired. Ajrit Rao, automated segmentation and measurement of aortic aneurysms and computed tomography angiography using deep learning. Dahlia Saul, can argon flushing a fridge reduce food waste? Daniel Siegel, Octograsp, the design and construction of a cephalopod-inspired prosthetic arm. Danny Stein, can mealworms compost different types of foam and what type of foam is composted the fastest? Stella Sue, cardiac gene regulatory programs in mammalian embryonic development and disease risk association. Alexei Valuev, an AI-powered network of sensors with wireless data transmission for real-time wildfire detection. Vince Wu, development of a predictive model of honeybee foraging activity under different climate conditions. Amelia Yu, developing and using a novel convolutional neural network program to discover and confirm exoplanets. And finally, Agassia Goel, RSK, completeness and cycle decompositions. So congratulations to all of our winners. Can we give them all a wonderful round of applause? I believe we have the representative of this group who'd like to come up and share a few words on behalf of all the STEM winners. And then we will call the STEM winners who are in attendance to come on up, join us at the dais, and take a photo and receive their proclamations from the city.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for taking the time out to recognize your students, the ones that you're responsible for. And if you take this, looking at what they've said and what they're involved in, you can say that the future is bright in terms of what they're going to face in life. And I can sleep at night and feel good about the people and the aspiration of these youngsters. We can build the future as we desire it to be. We must encourage our youth so that they will do the things that we want them to strive for to make this a better world, make it a more peaceful world, and a world that is livable and sharing. I'm involved with the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association because engineering is my passion. I have a doctor's degree in electrical engineering and computer science, and it has been rewarding to me. And I want to give back to help those to just take a look at engineering, take a look at mathematics, take a look at technology, and let it be you. Let you make the changes to the world. Because often our strive is to make the world a better place, to see things as they are, but to add our inspiration and our perseverance to it and make it something else. Everything that you see here, there has been an engineering touch to it. And we hope to see that type of application to all the problems that we're faced in the future. So I want to congratulate the students for their work. I want them to continue. And we will continue to support them for the future. And I'd like to also thank the staff for all of their work. You couldn't have done it without them. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And we can invite then the STEM winners up to the dais to be able to take a photo with the council if you're comfortable doing so. And for our winners, please don't leave. Our deputy city clerk is going to pass out, get that to you. All right, then let's move on to our next item, which is a closed session, item AA1, conference with real property negotiators. This is involving the property site kind of informally known as Cubberley. Do we have any public comment? Great, thank you.
Our first speaker is Ken H.
Sorry, Councilmember Tanaka would like to just say a few words about the last item before we switch over. Sorry, Ken, we'll be right with you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So, we make a lot of proclamations throughout the whole year, and definitely, I think the Synopsis Championship Science Fair is one of my favorite. Back when I worked at Synopsis, I did it for about 6 or 7 years. It was really great to see all the students and their amazing science projects. So, anyways, just wanted to thank the students for coming out, innovating, because I think that's one way we could actually help humanity is actually better science and technology. So I think it's amazing. And really, really happy that we were making this proclamation and keep up the awesome work.
Okay, great, thank you. And with that, we'll move to the closed session and public comment.
So I spent my day, I want to talk about the property negotiations with Unified School District. Spent my day looking at a few other campus centers. And 2024 needs to be a decision regarding the future of Coverly. You have a 5-year lease that expires. So I asked the clerk to put up some slides. Just want to show you, and these are nice slides, not like we've seen. Yeah, go ahead. So this is Menlo Park. Is it up there? No. Yeah, this is over at the Menlo Park Community Center. It's going to be opening in a couple of months. You can go through some of these slides. This particular structure, should point out, is all electric, zero combustion, net zero energy project, on-site renewable energy, battery microgrid, electric vehicle charging stations, and structural design resilient to serve as an emergency shelter. You can go through a few of these slides. This is that terminal. They're going to have 2 swimming pools there. There's one swimming pool. There's another swimming pool. This is in the Bellhaven area. This cost about $40 million, and it took about 5 years. The next structure I wanted to show you was Mountain View. They have a community center. It took about 5 years to build. It's about 36,000 square feet. Go ahead, you go through these. Just wanted to show you, this project cost about $35 million. This is a little bit about the project design. This is the reception area. Beautiful structure. And go ahead. And this is their room that they'll have for banquets, et cetera. And then I think the next few slides show us Coverly. Oh, this is the lobby. And this is Coverly. And if you can look at the beginning, next slide. This is a little bit of the map. And next slide. This is our entrance to Coverly, 1/2 of a door to the community center. It's about time we make a decision on Coverly. And I was thinking about your priorities. Climate change is hard, housing is hard, rail is hard, electrification is hard, but building a community center is not hard. And we can get it done in 5 years. Let's do it now. If negotiations don't work out with the city, with the Palo Alto City School Board, have a plan B. You have 8 acres, you own 8 acres. Let's make a decision. Let's get it done by 2030. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesse H.
Hi, sorry, I'm meant to sign up for public comment later, so I don't have a comment for this.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So
Second.
Great, let's take a vote on that.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. And before we go into closed session, I'll ask the public, when we come back, we will be doing public comment on anything that's not on the agenda. If you wish to speak at that time, please submit your speaker card while we are away at closed session or raise your hand on Zoom. So that way we can have a sense of how many speakers we will have for purposes of timing coming out of the closed session. I think we're anticipating the closed session to last approximately an hour. Could be sooner, could be later. So thanks for your patience. We have no reportable action. We're going to move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And one more time before I turn it over to City Manager, please, if you'd like to speak during public comment, submit your speaker card now or raise your hand on Zoom so we know how many people will be speaking. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. We have no changes to your agenda tonight.
Wonderful. Thank you. Then let's move to public comment. Okay, we have 20, well, more than that, well over 30 speakers with 3 groups. So because of that, we'll have to limit individual speaker time to 1 minute. Looking at our groups, then we'll do, given the number of speakers in each group, 8 minutes for group 1, 8 minutes for group 2, 7 minutes for group 7, since they have 7 individuals within that group. But before we begin, I've been told by the city clerk has reviewed some of the presentations that I understand that some of the groups will be showing. They contain, just as a warning to those who are watching who might be sensitive to different image, to graphic images. I've been told that there are graphic images, and so just as a warning to those who are viewing. And then once again, unfortunately, to set some ground rules and just be aware that we're all aware of our expectations. City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance, and we strive to create a safe space for all to be able to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in this room will not be tolerated. Second, the First Amendment does protect an individual's right to express their views in this public space. And while we are able to implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much anyone may disagree. If a speaker is saying something that you disagree with or you find troubling, you are free to excuse yourself from the room, to press mute on the TV or on the Zoom until after that person has finished their comments. One thing we will not tolerate are members of the public who are interrupting a speaker. Everyone's going to be guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is limited to your 1 minute of public comment, or of course for our groups. Please withhold all your commentary, both during and after someone is speaking. We ask that you don't clap or make any other kind of auditory noises to express your views. We do that so everybody can feel safe while in this space. And finally, just ask that everybody also honors everybody's personal space and their right to express themselves. And just again, one more reminder that of our shared humanity and practice of assuming best intentions tonight. We all understand these are difficult times around the world and for so many in our community. So let's please respect each other and respect this forum and maintain the decorum of the chambers. So with that, I will turn it over to Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Talha B.
All right, thank you very much. Palestine is the most dangerous place to be a child in the world right now. And I hope that your humanity can be opened by what you'll see in this presentation, because it's extremely important that the representatives and the leaders of this city show that they are not okay with what's happening. Next slide, please. Over 27,750 people have been killed by the Israeli military in 121 days in Gaza. Since the last time I spoke with you, that's nearly 2,000 more people, 1,750. That's an average of 250 people per day since the last time I met with you. Over 66,000 people are injured with severe injuries. 8,000 people are missing, presumed dead under the rubble, and over 1.9 million people are homeless. Next, please. There is massacre after massacre occurring of the children in Gaza. Next slide, please. And next again. Yes, audio too.
شهيد مدني هو وعيلته.
This is the father
هاي
and
بنته.
his daughter who were sniped. You can see there's a very young girl, probably less than 2 years old. The children riding in an ambulance after where they were staying was gone. I'm sure you can tell that they are in shock. This is the father trying to identify whether his daughter is dead.
معك اسمها هاي؟
معيش معي لسه احنا ما عارفين مش عارفين حاجه.
Lying on
حطوها يا شباب حطوها.
This is a young girl being pulled.
غطيها 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 غطيها
يلا شيل شيل غطيها غطيها.
This is the state of hospitals in Gaza and the babies that come in there. You can actually see there's another baby behind this baby on the ground. That is a child's leg. And that is that child being pulled out from beneath that rubble. These are our tax dollars. You see the time in Gaza for the last 4 And you can see that there are dead bodies beside him in this house.
خلاص يا امين امين خلاص.
What do you think when you see these images? What do you think when you see these images? Does this feel like the appropriate cost of war? Do our tax dollars that go to the bombs that fall on these children, does that mean anything to us? Do we have an obligation to say something? Or are we okay with it? Are we complicit? Next slide, please. The horror in Gaza is an enormous part of what's occurring in this war, but there are also unending number of tragedies occurring in the West Bank and East Jerusalem every single day. Nearly 9,000 Palestinians are held in Israeli military detention. The majority are held without charge. And over the last 20 years, 12,000 children have gone through military courts. Israel is the only country in the world that charges children in military courts. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Take 2 kids who live in the West Bank. They're both, say, 12 years old. And they've both been kind of naughty and they've been throwing stones. One of them, an Israeli kid who lives on a settlement, would be arrested the way our juvenile justice system is supposed to work. He's taken to a juvenile court with his parents being present. A lawyer is always present whenever he's questioned. The whole system is designed in the interest of the child. The other kid's a Palestinian kid whose family has lived in the neighboring village for 10, 15, 20 generations. They arrest him at 2 o'clock in the morning. He's taken away from his home. His parents are not told where he's being taken. He's taken inside Israel, out of the West Bank, and again in violation of international law. Interrogated often in Hebrew, and for older kids, made to sign a confession written in Hebrew. There's no lawyer. and they are brought to court in a military justice system. Israel is the only country in the world that has a military juvenile detention system for children as young as 12. So you have two 12-year-olds doing the same thing in the same territory with the same government in charge and two entirely different systems affecting them.
Next slide,
and the
please.
determination is based on religion, ethnicity.
In essence, apartheid. Apartheid is the word for a separate system for separate people. Quick facts for you. 86% of children are beaten in Israeli detention. These are all verifiable. Save the Children reports this. 69% are strip searched. 42% are subject to injuries during their arrest. And Human Rights Watch found that 99.72% of cases brought before these courts end in a conviction. Next slide. And next again.
I think what happened on October 7th was an absolute atrocity, was 1,000 atrocities. I think at the same time we condemn those atrocities, we have to condemn the atrocities that happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque Bia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believed they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual atrocities, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much dehumanification, where people are not seen for the value that they have. And I think that's true whether you're talking about those who are attacked on their kibbutz or those who are attacked in their homes in Gaza or in the West Bank. What we really need is to center the human beings who are at the core and who are suffering so much in this conflict.
Next slide, please. And lastly, I will leave you with this quote. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Please do not be silent about the atrocities that we are witnessing. Speak up and demand that children stop being killed.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Sarit S. One moment. Oh, we're not accepting any more cards at this time.
Let me know when you have my slides ready, please. Thanks. You can start with the next slide. Somehow, over the past form. Can you reset the time? Thank you. Somehow, over the past 4 months, we seem to have forgotten why there is a war in Gaza. So let me remind you. On October 7th, approximately 2,500 terrorists, can you please start the video? Including UNRWA employees, burst across the border into Israel by land, air, and sea, and proceeded to indiscriminately rape, burn, dismember, behead, and torture Israelis, Jews and Muslims, as well as foreign students and workers. The attacks claimed the lives of almost 1,200 individuals, with 800 of the bodies confirmed as civilians. They left over 4,800 people wounded, and they took more than 243 hostages, including a 9-month-old baby and an 85-year-old Holocaust survivor. Per capita, this would be equivalent to killing nearly 40,000 Americans, 13 times more than the number of al-Qaeda victims on 9/11. Today, over 4 months since October 7th, 136 hostages, including a now 1-year-old baby and several American citizens, are still being held and tortured in Gaza with zero access to the Red Cross or any humanitarian assistance. These atrocities have been documented in videos and photos, both by Israel and by Hamas itself. Indeed, Hamas actually live streamed its brutal attacks and famously celebrated their brutality in real time. Hamas and hundreds of Palestinian civilians who followed them into Israel turned multiple settlements filled with peace activists, environmentalists, left-leaning Israelis, and partygoers at the Nova Music Festival into horror scenes like the ones I am showing you. Has the video not been playing? Can you please play the video? Okay, awesome. On October 7th, Hamas initiated one of the most barbaric attacks in modern memory. They violated the ceasefire that existed on October 6th, and they committed indisputable war crimes. And they did so to fulfill the mission of their charter, calling for the complete destruction of Israel and the elimination of all Jews as an essential condition for the liberation of Palestine and the establishment of a theocratic state based on Islamic law, Sharia. It's hard to have a ceasefire with a terrorist group that is committed to your destruction. Slide, please. Ghazi Hamad of the Hamas Political Bureau said in an October 24th show on Lebanese TV that Hamas is prepared to repeat the October 7th Al-Aqsa flood operation time and again until Israel is annihilated. He added that Palestinians are willing to pay the price and that they are proud to sacrifice martyrs, and everything they do is justified. It's hard to have a ceasefire with a terrorist group that says they'll keep breaking it over and over again. Given all of this, there can be no doubt that Israel must defend herself in this war that was forced upon her. To quote Sam Harris, there is simply no good way to fight an enemy of this kind. When you are fighting jihadists, your own scruples, the shame and horror you feel at killing non-combatants, become another weapon in their hands. Hamas simply does not care about Palestinian children, and they are committed to murdering Israeli children whenever they can. Slide, please. In fact, Hamas has built an underground terror tunnel network that is larger than the London Tube, with entrances in hospitals, mosques, schools, kindergartens, children's bedrooms, and private homes, and even cemeteries. And part of the reason there are so many more women and children hurt in Gaza than men is that Hamas uses its tunnels to hide, while it uses Gazan civilians as human shields. Slide, please. Top Hamas official Musa Abu Marzouk said so himself when he said that it's not their job to protect people, and I quote, "It is the responsibility of the United Nations to protect them." It's hard to have a ceasefire with a terrorist group that intentionally uses their own civilians as human shields while protecting themselves. According to John Spencer, chair of urban warfare studies at West Point, quote, "It is outrageous that Hamas spent decades and billions of dollars building tunnels under civilian homes and protected areas for the sole purpose of using Palestinian civilians as human shields. It is outrageous that Hamas says and takes actions to create as many civilian deaths as possible, both its own and Israeli. That Hamas fights in civilian clothes, intermixed with civilians, and launches rockets at Israeli civilians from Palestinian civilian areas is outrageous. The sole reason for civilian deaths in Gaza is Hamas. For Israel's part, it's taken more care to prevent them than any other army in human history. Since the beginning of the war, over 11,000 projectiles have been fired from Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria into Israel. This excludes the hundreds of rockets launched by Gazan terror groups that misfired and landed in Gaza. The only reason Israel does not have the casualties we see in Gaza is that Israel is committed to protecting its citizens by building bomb shelters in every home and public gathering place. Entire hospital wings have been built underground to protect patients and staff from Hamas rocket fire. And Israel has the Iron Dome to help destroy rockets launched at her before they can cause damage. In contrast, Hamas has intentionally not built bomb shelters. Israel left Gaza in 2005 and has no intention of occupying it. However, Israel is obligated to ensure the safety of its citizens. Hamas can end the war tomorrow. All they have to do is free the hostages and surrender. They can also have a ceasefire, which was offered to them just last week after they rejected previous offers. It's hard to have a ceasefire with a terrorist group that consistently rejects ceasefire offers. Now back to matters at hand. I firmly believe that you, members of the Palo Alto City Council and other elected officials, had good intentions when you convened members of the Palo Alto community to hear what we are feeling and going through. I am sure that you, like the residents I represent today, only want what is best for Palo Alto. But despite both your good intentions and ours, the level of hate among us lately is horrifying. Last week, we witnessed both a divisive ethnic studies feedback meeting and a vitriol-filled congressional candidates forum. The ethnic studies meeting ended early with most questions unanswered. There were comments in the chat from someone who's not even in the district about apartheid and settler colonialism, which are trigger words for anti-Semitism these days. As for the forum, here's a shocking and shameful short clip that actually went viral globally. Can you please play the next video with sound?
I deplore the actions of Hamas on October 7th. Really. They butchered people, murdered people, raped people.
Many of us are extremely worried about being Jewish in Palo Alto. At the candidates forum, anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic chanting,
Your time
including
is up.
outright
Please
denial of
finish your
October
statement.
7th massacre by pro-ceasefire crowd, was allowed to continue and went completely unaddressed by our leaders. One elderly Jewish community member was taunted simply for being Jewish. This is unacceptable. This behavior,
Your time
unchecked
is
and
up.
unaddressed,
Please
is
finish your
normalizing
statement.
and hate emboldening its perpetrators.
Great. Thank you, but your time has expired. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, point of personal privilege.
I just want to note that the video that was shown of my remarks here on this dais last Wednesday was only a portion of my remarks. I also condemned what the Netanyahu government is doing to the innocent civilians of Gaza.
You continue on with group 3.
Our next speaker is Yazan A.
Hello. Good evening, City Council members. Can I first ask you a few questions? Do you believe that every person in this room was born equal? Do you believe that the life of every human matters the same, no matter what race, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation they have? Do you believe in liberty and justice for all? Because I believe in all of those. I grew up in Palestine in a family of and community of mixed faith, both Christian and Muslim. I'm also a proud American citizen, and my family and I call this district and town our home. As a child in Palestine, I did not have a normal life in American standards. I witnessed my cousin being blinded in one eye after being shot for throwing some rocks at a tank. I also witnessed shelling of houses and homes of civilians in the community. Many adults and sometimes children in our community would be gone, disappeared for months, sometimes years, held without charge in administrative detention. And I will never forget a night when all of my neighbors were rounded up in our living room for hours for snipers to set up shop on the upper floors. And I will always remember the stories my grandparents have shared with me about the homes they were forced to leave behind them in Safad and Ramla in 1948. But I want to fast forward to October 7th, a day that I will never forget. When I started to read the news and hear about what was happening, I was gripped with fear and simultaneous sadness. I felt deep, deep sorrow and concern for my many friends and colleagues in Israel. I also was simultaneously really concerned for what the Israeli government was about to do. The quick mental math of 1 to 10 or 1 to 20 Palestinian life for an Israeli one put me at 20,000. A number that just did not compute. I could not come to terms with 20,000 dead. And here we are today, looking at 27,000, and 12,000 of those are children. But I want to tell you what I did on October 7th. I made sure to connect and call and message every one of those friends and colleagues in Israel. I asked how they were doing. Are they safe? I asked about their families. I did that because I wanted them to all know I see them as human, I see them as equal, and that their lives do matter to me. And I want to ask you all, if I can do this, why can't you stand up and say that the lives of Palestinian children matter, that the lives of Palestinian mothers and fathers matter? Why can't we do that? We sit here, we bicker, we talk about what word we want to use. Is it a ceasefire or a pause or something else when the tragedy continues? More are dying from shelling, from hunger, from having no access to medical supplies. When we ask you to agendize and call for a ceasefire, the community is asking for peace. It's not a call to divide. It's a call to help people come back home, whether they're Israeli or Palestinian. It's a call to unite. It's not a call to divide. So I please ask you to help us make peace. Help us be human together. I want to leave you with a verse from the New Testament, Matthew 5:9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they are the children of God. Thank you. And I'll use the time for a moment of silence for the children who are still dying as we go. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noel S.
Having come here so many times, I'm beginning to feel like I'm an abolitionist in the Deep South after the Nat Turner Rebellion in 1831, and that my local city council passed a resolution condemning the Nat Turner terrorists for killing women and children and taking hostages, which did happen back then, and completely ignoring the fact that they were slaves. They were enslaved people who were rebelling. You passed a resolution condemning the massacre on October 7th, but you completely ignored the fact that the people of Gaza live in the largest open-air prison on this planet, that 70% of them are refugees, that meanwhile, Israel is colonizing the entire West Bank, 700,000 Israelis in the West Bank. You ignore all those facts. How can you do this? Thank you for condemning the attack on October 7th.
Your time is up.
You show the humanity of you show that our Jewish friends and neighbors matter. Please pass a ceasefire resolution and show the Muslims and Arabs of our town that their lives matter and that their children mean something to you.
Thank you. And as a gentle reminder, please keep within our 1 minute allotted time. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Giora T.
Hi, good evening, council members. Thank you for taking your time to listen to us. The fact is that nothing you can do in these chambers will mitigate the suffering in the Middle East, will shorten the hostilities, or will free a single hostage. But you are all powerful to maintain harmony in Palo Alto and to keep us free citizens, as well as you have the power to sow discord in Palo Alto. I've been here 44 years, and when I go to pray on Saturday mornings, now I have an armed guard protecting my right to pray. However, when I pray with an armed guard protecting me, I am less of a free man. So you have a lot of power, and I'm asking you to use it wisely, as I believe you will do, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Allison R.
Hi, I wrote something fiery, but I can't say it. It's heartbreaking, all this tension and anger. I guess what I would say is I wish we could have debates. We need answers. We need smart solutions. And the ceasefire protesters interrupting the debate, I think, was really toxic. There's a lot of anger. I don't think these ceasefire resolutions belong in the city council. It's a complex process. Yes, people are dying, but we have terrorists who want to annihilate Israel. It's not a simple answer. There's death, but there's also negotiations. So what I would advocate is please just keep this out of our city council. It's too toxic.
Our next speaker is Henrietta C.
Hello, everyone. My name is Henrietta Consponte. I'm a ceramic artist and a teacher and a resident of Palo Alto for the past 17 years. I'm here because I'm worried about the atmosphere here in Palo Alto since October 7th and the growing signs of anti-Semitism. I'm here to say that over the past month or so, I felt afraid to walk in our streets wearing this sweatshirt or any other symbols that may show that I'm a Jew. I see signs like swastikas on sidewalks and walls. I hear from friends whose young children are hearing anti-Semitic slurs in our schools, the very same one that my kid attended, and I'm horrified. I'm a daughter of a Holocaust survivor, a woman whose family experienced very similar atmosphere and signs, the same one as we see today. My mom's family did not do anything about it, naively thinking it would all go away until it was too late. I believe the City Council resolution regarding the war in Israel will normalize this anti-Semitism, and I'm here today to make sure history does not repeat itself. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Alan C.
Hi, I'm Alan Crystal, and I've been a resident in Palo Alto since 1980. I'm here to talk with you about the congressional debate that was held last week right here in this room. Two of you, Julie and Greg, were here, and you experienced exactly what I experienced. For 45 minutes, dozens of anti-Israel protesters shouted at the candidates and at members of the audience, making it impossible to hear, and eventually forcing the event to be cut short. The protesters should have been escorted out of the room. The police should have enforced Section 403 of the California Penal Code, which states, every person who without authority of law willfully disturbs or breaks up an assembly or meeting that is not unlawful in character is guilty of a misdemeanor. Section 403 exists to protect everyone's rights. Protesters have free speech rights, but so do speakers and so does the audience. If we do not protect everyone's free speech, we are effectively giving protesters a heckler's veto. I'm asking you to work with law enforcement to make sure future events are not disrupted like the last one. We will not be able to maintain our democracy if illegal protesters are allowed to drown out free speech. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Itai D.
Good evening. My name is Itai Dodon. I was very moved by everything that I heard tonight. I think that depicting the situation in Israel and Gaza or here in Palo Alto as one community supporting murder or the killing of any other side is just ridiculous. We believe, like everybody in this room, that all lives matter. Palestinians, Jews, Israelis, wherever they are. However, that's what I would like us to deal with. Peace, harmony here in this community. Right? A ceasefire means more killing on one side. Peace, all lives matter. I think you'll get everyone's support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ali.
Good evening. I'm a father of 3 kids, born and raised in Palo Alto. My wife was born here in Palo Alto as well. So what you guys do here means a lot to us and how safe we feel in a place that we consider home. My youngest son worries that his mom can't be seen wearing a kafaya in public. They have to worry about going to peace vigils and rallies because they could be a target. In response to an earlier comment by one of the attendees, somehow have we also forgotten what has been happening in Palestine before October 7th and since October 7th? Israeli soldiers and West Bank settlers have been streaming their destruction of Palestinian lives as well, celebrating their random killings. And many Jewish people were also killed by the IDF because they didn't bother to confirm whether they were Hamas or civilians. To Israel and the IDF, it doesn't matter whether they're children, or babies, they're considered terrorists. I've heard people ask at the meetings that we shouldn't divide our city, and passing a ceasefire resolution will do that. Well, you have inadvertently already done that. And you've done it, unfortunately, by not choosing the side
Your
of peace.
time is up.
Your silence is picking a side, and unfortunately, history will judge you for not being on the right side. Please vote for peace and pass a ceasefire resolution.
Our next speaker is Deborah Lees.
Hello, and warm shout out to everyone who is following what's happening in Palestine. For those who have missed it, this is what happened last week. Israel has successfully blocked life-saving aid, including funding to UNRWA, and encouraging Israeli protesters to block the borders. 2 days ago, Israel started bombing Rafah, where over 1 million refugees are taking shelter. 7 days ago, Israeli tanks shot and murdered a family in their car, while a 13-year-old was on a recorded call with the Red Crescent asking for help. The ambulance was sent out to find her. Both these ambulance drivers and the child that called are missing. Hadaya Hamad, the Red Cross director, was actually gunned down in her office among other first aid workers by the IDF. Israel has killed more than 1,000 Palestinians since the ICJ ruling. I know why I stand with Palestine. I can't imagine supporting the intentional starvation and collective punishment of 2 million civilians, including 1 million children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adit S. Looks like that person is no longer on Zoom. Our next speaker is Jesse H.
Hi, my name is Jesse, and I'm here to demand that a ceasefire resolution be added to the agenda. In 2023, the Palo Alto City Council proclaimed that you all held an obligation to condemn and combat anti-Palestinian hate and prejudice wherever it exists, and to support local education about our Palestinian community. What is educational about staying silent when our country funds war crimes? What is educational about saying nothing as our country sends money to a government that starves over 500,000 people and murders tens of thousands? I hear a lot of Zionists claim that this genocide is not a local issue and therefore should not be discussed by local city councils. What they don't understand is that it is a privilege to consider the war against Gaza foreign. We all live in the United States, a country that is sending our dollars to fund a terrorist state. How is that not local? I hear a lot of Zionists say that putting this on the agenda will disturb the peace. Since when is allowing ethnic cleansing considered keeping the peace? Free Palestine, ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Sahili.
Yeah, hi, everybody. So I want to say that New York Times put away the rape story a few days ago, and a lot of stories about the babies and the killing of the babies. And even in the New York Times, said that many of the Israeli were killed by the IDF, by the Israeli army, going after supposedly Hamas, but also 90% were killed by the IDF. Hamas or whatever pulled away took a lot of people with them to exchange. Or I'm not taking a reason. I'm not defending whatever is happening, but what Palestinians are killed by hundreds, bombarded, unbelievable number on the hands of IDF. That is 70% of Jews from all over the world. Many Palo Alto Jews are joining the IDF and killing kids, Palestinian kids from beautiful houses. They go from Palo.
Our next speaker is side H. Side H on Zoom, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Moving to our next request, Doron R. Who looks to no longer be on Zoom as well. Moving to Alina.
Hi, my name is Alina. I have lived here for 9 years. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It is so insulting and the height of hubris that pro-Israelis talk about what's good for Palestinians while they simultaneously violently occupy them and steal their land every single day. This Friday, my brother-in-law is going to Gaza to provide medical services to the same injured civilians you saw in Talha's video slides. He works at El Camino Hospital, and if anything happens to him, his blood will be on the hands of elected officials who fail to see and validate our humanity. To anyone who says, what about Hamas? Don't violently occupy a people and steal their land. You won't get resistance. Israel was founded on violence and uses violence to sustain itself. Free Palestine.
Our next speaker is Marilyn Yu.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, I did not prepare anything to write in writing, but all I want to say is that it's been very scary for us Jews around Palo Alto, and I'm sure that it's been scary for Muslims in Palo Alto too. I myself am a Jew, and I grew up in a Muslim country, and then I moved to France where there was anti-Semitism, but I have never experienced the amount of fear and discomfort that we have in the streets and in the schools, and the fear that we have for our children. Something has to change. I think that it's not for the Palo Alto City Council to take a strong stand against ceasefire or not. I think it's not the place, but there is something to be said about the stress, the fear, the hatred. And yes, let's work towards knowing each other, understanding each other, respecting each other.
Our next speaker is Heba.
Hi there. I'm speaking today just to ask you all to please call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Talha's slides and videos showed you what's just a small bit of what's happening over there. Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank have been, enduring a blockade. Their lands are occupied in the West Bank. They've had hostages taken for many years. Many more hostages have been taken since October 7th. It's time we called for a ceasefire. It's time we got all the hostages on both sides home and we're able to find negotiations towards peace, a ceasefire is the only way forward. Please call for a ceasefire.
Our next speaker is Thomas T.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, great. I just wanted to add my voice to those calling for a ceasefire. I think what's happening in Gaza is truly unconscionable, and it's a time that I think we as a community have to act. There's really no good excuse to just stay silent and let this go on. I implore you to please get together and come up with a solution to this. I think, not doing anything about it is what's tearing our community apart. I'd love to just put this behind us and get back to work on city matters. And I promise you, this is not just going to go away if you guys just stay silent on it. So please, council members, get together and come up with a solution here. The community is begging you for something. Please call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, I'm a 75-year-old Jewish man, and I'm telling you that the other gentleman that talked about Nat Turner was correct. That was enslaved people responding to a genocide. I do not believe Hamas is a terrorist organization, or what occurred on October 7th was a terrorist act. It was simply resistance to 75 years of the Israelis having their knees on the necks of the Palestinian people. And Julie Lithcott-Hames, you are a hypocrite. I read your little newsletter today about how much you are running for Congress for the children and for mental health, but you want conditions to any kind of ceasefire. You need to be a Barbara Lee. You need to call for a unilateral ceasefire today to stop the killing. And these points of orders where you're responding to speakers, no, that's out of order. It's not what you're allowed to do. So stop trying to be a slick a human being.
Our next speaker is Moise B. Moise B on Zoom, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Moving to our next speaker, Lori M.
I totally rewrote my comments during your closed session because your closed session was the best thing that's happened here in a long time. While you were gone, right there and right there, two groups, Jews, Israelis, and Muslims actually spoke to each other. Some were talking about Gaza and Israel. Mine, with Uzma, we were talking about our kids and some about Gaza and Israel. This is what we need in Palo Alto. Bring us together. Every moral person should look at the images we saw today of kids in Gaza and Israel and the rape and murder of victims in Israel and feel pain. But a Palo Alto ceasefire will make no difference there. It will make a difference here. As we saw on January 31st, the ceasefire resolutions somehow bring pain and hate wherever they go. In Santa Cruz, a death threat to the mayor. In San Francisco, Jews were mocked with pig noises. In San Bruno.
Your time is up.
Please just bring us together. Don't fracture our community. All I know is that these resolutions.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. We will now move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. And I know Vice Mayor Lowing has one.
Okay, thank you. I'm the chair this year of the
committee that is sort of managing the officers that report directly to council, which is the city clerk, the city attorney, the city manager, and the outside auditor, the auditor's role. Our auditor has been set up to work with an outside firm. And I just want to inform everyone that Adrian McCoy, who is assigned to us from the firm, has left that firm. And so the process going forward is that the firm will be bringing us additional candidates, internal candidates from their firm. And we're going to meet in closed session over the next couple of weeks to interview those internal candidates. So it's just sort of a point of information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Coop.
I have two reports. First one is regarding the retail ad hoc committee. I wanted to report out. So basically, we have meetings that the city sets up with the business merchants at the different business districts, and mostly giving updates. But what the merchants have been saying is that these issues are not being resolved, and I think that we need to kind of step up and do more action. And so we also had a meeting with California Avenue. They had a meeting December 19th, and then the most recent was on January the 30th. And I'm thinking that some of the things that they brought up, which we need to pay attention to, are El Camino Real beautification, to make sure that the entrance into California Avenue is actually showing that the businesses are open and operating, and it doesn't look like an abandoned street. I think that there needs to, and there's also comments that we need more signage within the California Avenue area directing to the parking areas. I think there was a big discussion, I know there was a big discussion regarding bollards, and I think we need to resolve that issue with the merchants so that they know what's happening. I talked about aesthetics. Also with the third Thursdays, there needs to be more regulations, music volumes, placement of bands, and doing event and occasion planning together. So there's also code compliance complaints that merchants don't know who to call or where to go in order to get information. But also I think that we need to make sure that there is enforcement for the parklets and that there is fairness there. So there are quite a few of things that we need to discuss and to have more action. I did suggest that we have immediate, midterm, and long-term proposals. So hopefully in the next meeting that there will be more of that. We also had a meeting with the Midtown Business District, who was very thankful for all the support from staff as well as from the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce for supporting the holiday scavenger hunt and also the party afterwards. It's actually very encouraging to see the interaction and collaboration from the business owners and the residents from Midtown Resident Association, where they were providing different unique abilities to revitalize Midtown's business district for all involved. So they were all working together to make the district successful. If people haven't seen the banners that the city helped put up along Middlefield where the businesses are, please look up. The banner design was actually produced by one of the business owners, as is the logo for Midtown Business District. And so I want to thank the staff for their support, coordination, and action to get some things done. Again, I think that we do need to make sure that we have a plan with the help of the ad hoc committee to make sure that there is immediate, midterm, and long-term based on what we learned from the merchants. On a happy note, I do want to say that huge thanks to, well, Country Sun has been purchased by, has been purchased and back in operation. So that's a happy note that we will be retaining that business there. And I don't know if the vice mayor has anything to add, but please do.
Yeah, we'll come back to the vice mayor after Councilmember Vinker. Okay, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I just wanted to report that our Climate Action Ad Hoc met on Friday with staff at the Bay Area Air Quality Management District about the working group for the no NOx appliance rules that will be coming into effect in a couple of years, and Palo Alto's heat pump water heater program. And it was an opportunity to meet each other, to learn about the respective projects going on, and to connect so that in the future, if there are resources or learnings that can be shared back and forth that would benefit both entities, we have that connection and ability to do so. So that was a good initial connection, and I just wanted to share that with the community.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lauer.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Koo did a great job of summarizing the real progress I think that the retail ad hoc is having in conjunction with the merchants and staff. Back in August is when we authorized that retail ad hoc, and that's going well. We also pointed out in that motion that we want staff to return to council for discussion of near and medium-term initiatives focusing on enhancing retail land and hotel use. So we should try to agendize that pretty soon so we can get a report on that. And then in November, we also had a motion here that included a number of things. I just want to highlight a couple of them. One is that, we want to implement a permanent parklet program based on the adopted program citywide, adjusted for contextual differences on California Ave. And we also extended the outdoor dining through December 31 of 24 with some parking lot and sidewalk uses through March. So I'm concerned now that the retailers on California Avenue are probably operating off of a pandemic parklet without any guidelines on what to change. So I think there's just some real urgency to get that thing managed so that they have very specific directions on what they can do, because it's not even happening consistently. So I think there's sort of some violations relative to one plan, but people are thinking about other plans, and I just want to kind of light a fire under that one so we can really help the retailers there. And just to emphasize beyond that, that whole issue of entrance to Cal Ave, where it says closed like a construction site, is not inviting. And we talked in November when we made this motion about doing some things in the very short term, and a lot of those things aren't done yet. So hopefully we can work together very tightly with staff and the retailers and the committee to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, we will move to the consent calendar. First, I'm going to go just a slightly out of order. We're going to first take any requests to pull. Councilmember Koo.
I'd like to pull item number 7.
Great. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Pull number 7.
Great. I will request to pull number 7 as well, which is Ellsworth Place. And Councilmember Tanaka.
Pull 8.
Councilmember Vinker.
Pull 7.
Okay. So item 7 is pulled. And those are all the lights. So item 7, Ellsworth Place, has been pulled. I guess go to city manager.
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, as per your protocol, appreciate getting a heads up that this was a possibility. We do have a tentative date of March 4th to hear item number 7. So we will schedule that for your upcoming agenda.
Great, thank you. And now, Councilmember Lifcott-Hames.
Sometimes one's knee hits the mechanism, and that's what happened here.
All right. Now we will move to public comment.
Our first speaker is John Kay.
Hi, my name's John Kelly. Thank you very much for, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name's John Kelly. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd like to speak to the item number 8, the second reading of the ordinance of the council, amending the charter, amending chapter 8.04 with regard to trees. I spoke to you about this on January 16th. I don't know if you've actually received the letter that I sent. There was a problem sending it to you, but I hope you've all received it now. And basically, I think there are 3 points. Steve Levy sent a very cogent email to you explaining why you should take this off the consent calendar and reconsider it in light of the recent storms. I mean, just to summarize, I think there was there were a number of statements in the staff report when this was considered on the 16th and previously to the effect that the storms last year were unusual. I think the storms that we've just experienced show that these are very much the new normal that we're confronting. And we just have to deal with the reality of the situation that we're going to have severe rain, severe winds, even winds coming from unusual directions. And we're subjecting the community to risk by not liberalizing the ordinance much more substantially. The second point that I would make is one that Leah Russin made previously, and that's that the general direction of the ordinance in terms of prohibiting certain conduct rather than creating incentives for the type of conduct that you want to increase is just not a good way to go. We don't need a rigid prohibitory regime for managing trees in Palo Alto. We need something that creates new incentives, and particularly ones that would favor cooperation with organizations like Canopy to extend and replant trees. And then the last thing I want to talk about is just how this affects the nitty-gritty of the text of the ordinance with regard to ADUs. You were told several times during the meeting on the 16th that this ordinance specifically excluded statewide exemption ADUs. It does not. Please look at the text of the ordinance. You can search for ADU, you can search for accessory dwelling units in that text. You will not see something that says clearly this ordinance and these amendments to the underlying title do not apply to statewide exemption ADUs, those that are less than 800 square feet. I've spoken to about this with staff previously. I would invite the staff to pull this off the agenda tonight and to change the text of the ordinance simply to make that point clear, because that's what you told the council and that's what you told the public on the 16th. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan L. Our next speaker is Paul B. Moving to our next speaker, Kristen VF. Moving to our next speaker, Jake M. We have no further requests to speak on consent calendar items 2 through 11.
Thank you. We'll now move to motions. To move the consent calendar. Great, thank you. And Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
I wanted to vote to pull item 8 in light of what I just heard about the technical concern about ADUs not being state sanctioned ADUs not being excluded from the ordinance.
Okay. So item 8 has 2 votes to pull. Did you second also the? Nope. Anyone else want a second?
I'll second.
Great. All right, and we'll take then no votes. Is that what your vote? Is that what your? Oh, okay. Then Councilmember Vinker is also. Well, I'll just call him Councilmember Vinker.
Pull 8. I moved to pull 8. That was the one you just did, right? Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you vote no on. Didn't you just do that? Okay, I'm second it. I vote to pull it.
So
Sorry,
a vote to pull?
Yes.
Okay, so that's three to, that's three to pull 8. I'll support pulling 8 on that limited issue. Okay, are the rest of these lights no votes? Okay, great, let's go. In order, Councilmember Kuhn.
I register no vote for item number 10.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 4, 5, 6, and 8. Oh, actually, sorry, we're pulling 8. Never mind.
Yes, items 7 and 8 have been pulled. And Councilmember Lithcott-Ames. Okay, we'll wait for the clerk because I know that was quite a bit to get the motion on the screen before we take a vote. Ready for the vote?
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to, let's see, let's just go in order on speaking to no votes. So Councilmember Ku.
So item number 10 is the second reading for the adoption of an ordinance amending the Palo Alto Municipal Code to implement Housing Element Program 1.3, creating by right zoning approval for specific housing element inventory sites. And it also has an addendum to the city's comprehensive plan environment impact report. I just want to iterate my objection to by right upzoning approvals and the lack of proper land use and analysis of impacts to the built environment and to local resources. Cities have general plans that involve the community in planning for the growth, and an environmental impact report is prepared and again reviewed by the community. The addendum to the city's comprehensive plan environmental report is insufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
I voted no on increasing our spending $170,000 for utility bill marketing. Why? Well, because we're in an era where AI like DALL-E 3 can create great graphics for free. Spending our taxpayer money on marketing really doesn't make sense when there's these free budget-friendly options. Also, we have a monopoly in our utility department. So I really question, do we really need to spend money on marketing? People are compelled to use our utilities. So this vote's about being responsible being responsible with our money and staying modern. In regards to item 5, so this is a substantial increase to InfoSend, the InfoSend contract. The decision is to more than double the funding from $255K to $555K within the same year. So it's only been about a year, but it's not just a financial concern, it's also an environmental one. More funds like this means more printing and shipping, which is a direct conflict with our city's environmental goals. In Palo Alto, we value sustainability as much as fiscal responsibility. This contract with its significant environmental and financial implications do not align with these core values. My vote was a stand for sustainable and financially prudent Palo Alto, ensuring that our actions today do not compromise our environmental and fiscal health tomorrow. And finally, on item 6, I voted against the HDL contract because this is a significant 12% annual increase in fees, which is way past the rate of inflation. And but more importantly, if you look at how much it's cost in terms of the fines on the business that we're trying to support, these are the businesses that are going bankrupt left and right on University Avenue and Cal Ave. It went from $20,000 to $117,000. This is the fees that we're taxing our businesses, the businesses that are closing down, the businesses that are struggling. And so this doesn't make sense at this point in time to be burdening our businesses, causing people to shut down, and going with a firm that costs us so much more to do the same exact thing that the last vendor did.
All right, thank you. Then we'll be moving on to item 6, city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. You threw me with the item number, but
yeah, sorry, those were in my notes, not the actual agenda. City manager comment.
Yes, thank you. Let's see. Thank you, City Clerk. Let's proceed to the next slide, please. Just a few items to go through fairly quickly. Although do want to acknowledge and start with the recognition, in particular, of yesterday's storm event, and as has been the case, certainly regionally and statewide, feeling some effects of yesterday's weather. Here locally, we are thankful that we perhaps didn't bear as severe an impact as was forecast or that could have occurred. And so really want to do a shout out to our crews, certainly all of our first responders, and including in particular our public works and utilities staff that really had worked around the clock in response to tree issues, as obviously has been happening regionally, and power outages in a way that has certainly kept up our reputation as a city that has jumped on the necessity of responding and getting power back up as quickly as possible. As noted here, crews responded to over 100 tree-related issues. Thankfully, relatively not severe, but certainly those impacted were feeling the brunt. And so thank you to members of the community as well as to our staff. Would note that we did experience high winds, as noted here, in Foothills Nature Preserve, up to 65 miles per hour. And thankfully, looking forward, that the advisories have expired and are looking forward to relatively light weather through the week. And would certainly encourage members of the community continue to report any continued impacts and issues that require follow-up through our Palo Alto 311. With that, let's go to the next slide, please. Did want to review, noted in prior comments, but we have a number of community input and engagement and events that are upcoming in the month of February. I won't go through these in particular, but just want to highlight that there are multiple opportunities, both for celebrations as well as for providing input on ongoing planning efforts. Let's see, we do have all of these outlined at our homepage on cityofpaloalto.org/news, and certainly just skimming the calendar for the month will certainly provide opportunities for anyone looking for what might be happening around town. Next slide, please. Then a couple of fairly unique ongoing activities that want to call to the council's attention and really for broader community awareness. Our public art program is actually outreaching to property owners, notably in our business district, and our staff will be is contacting directly business and property owners in the downtown, University Avenue, Midtown, and Cal Ave areas as Public Art is doing a call for walls, and walls that could be used for public art, such as was recently accomplished on California Avenue. And so again, outreach is ongoing, but certainly as community members are in contact with property owners, want to put this on their radar screen and opportunities for walls that could be adorned with our fantastic public art. Next slide, please. Similarly, also ongoing outreach directly to business, but for general community awareness that energy rebates available to local businesses are current push, and utilities department is both doing direct outreach as well as will be using those promotional materials to ensure that businesses are aware of opportunities to save money, both on ongoing rates as well as through rebates on specific programs. Next slide, please. And then finally, just noting a few upcoming council meetings. Next week, we have Utilities Department will be presenting on the resiliency and reliability plan that has gone through the Utilities Advisory Commission and SB 9 projects, as well as your mid-year budget review. Note that we will be adding a closed session to the council amended agenda for next week. Actually, City Clerk hasn't heard this yet, in order to follow up discussion related to Coverly to continue the discussion that the council had this evening. Then noting a couple of upcoming meetings here through the next month. Most notably, for February 26th, the council procedures and protocol handbooks. These are new changes that had not already been referred to the Policy and Services Committee. And then finally, on March 4th, noted we'll be adding that get the name wrong, Ellsworth Place item that was deferred from this evening's consent agenda. We will need to find another date for the second reading of the ordinance related to the tree ordinance. And then on your agenda, we will have council priority objectives, follow-up from your retreat, and standing committee work plans. And that completes my comments. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. And just want to appreciate all the work that staff did yesterday and during the storms, keeping most of our lights on and the streets cleared. Really appreciate the effort. Now we kind of do our annual awkward dance of the Public Improvement Corporation meeting. So we're going to briefly recess the City Council meeting and call to order a meeting of the Public Improvement Corporation Board. City Council serves as the board for the Public Improvement Corporation. Tonight we'll meet as the PIC board for the purpose of approval of the fiscal year 2023 Palo Alto PIC annual financial statements. The financial statements are audited annually and require board approval. So for the record, City Clerk, please note that all members of the PIC are present. And does staff have a presentation?
Yes, good evening, Council. My name is Christine Paras, Assistant Director of ASD. We have a very brief verbal comments. We don't have a slideshow tonight. The PIC is a nonprofit led by the City Council and enables the city to issue certificates of participation to finance capital projects in alignment with federal laws. The PIC currently has 3 debts outstanding, totaling $144.7 million. The PIC financial statements were audited by the city's external auditors, MGO, and they issued a clean audit opinion. And these statements are here for you tonight for seeking, and staff is seeking approval.
Great, thank you. We'll move to public comment on this item. City Clerk.
Our first speaker is Rex Y.
Yes. Good evening, council. Am I coming through all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think I got in at the wrong time. I was waiting for public comment. This is on the action item, action item 12.
This is public comment on action item 12.
Oh, okay.
regarding-
Well, I just want to say niggers aren't human and all Jews are kikes.
Okay,
They did
we'll shut
9/11
it
and they
off.
suck baby
City Clerk,
dicks and
thank you. All right, those statements do not represent the values of Palo Alto. And we will move on to our next public commenter. But Madam Clerk, if you can please be prepared to shut off if it is outside of the scope of this item.
We'll do our next speaker is Ursula H.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. This was on public improvement, right? I believe that's what I heard. It was a public improvement committee right now.
Improvement Corporation Board
Corporation.
meeting. Please speak to that item and that item only.
Fantastic. I was just hoping that the public improvement committee, whatever you called it, could take into account that niggers shouldn't be here.
Okay, that is definitely off topic, and we will move on from this heinous hate speech that is far off topic from this item. I apologize to the community and staff who had to hear those racist and ignorant comments. Again, do not reflect the values of this community and are absolutely abhorrent. Sorry. And colleagues, of course, as well. We will move, so now we'll move back to, questions or comments from board members. Seeing no lights, also entertain a motion. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask some questions about the PIC. So for the PIC and the COPs that we do, I guess I've always kind of been kind of uncomfortable with this because it seems like this is a way for us to get around bond going to the voters for bond funding. And so I guess, are you able to explain a little bit more about why this isn't like a loophole that we're using to raise money for the city instead of having to go to the voters for bond funding?
There's a couple different vehicles, mechanisms in which we can finance capital projects. And one of them that you're probably referring to is general obligation bonds that need to be voter approved. These are in alignment with federal tax income laws per the IRS revenue code and is a valid structure where the city is leasing back assets from the Public Improvement Corp as a form of debt financing.
Yeah, it just seems like we're doing kind of like a bit of a shell game to get around having to go for voter approval. I mean, because if these are worthwhile projects, shouldn't we just go directly to the voters? Because it just seems like, I mean, why do we have to go to voters for bond approval? It's because we're selling debt onto the city, right? And so it just seemed to me that in terms of the structure, I mean, we have to close our council meeting, open a public hearing for the corporation. It seems like the only real purpose behind this is for us to not go to voters for approval. And so no, I'm not saying it's not legal, but it just seems like it's a bit of a loophole that we're exploiting that maybe the public's not aware of. And it just, I don't know, maybe can staff just explain like when does it make sense that you have to go to voter approval? I guess when you have to go to voters is when you can't do this end round, right? You don't have enough enough assets to put up in Hawk to get the money, or maybe you have a better answer. But I'm just trying to reconcile. I've been seeing this for many years, and it's always kind of bugged me why we do this versus just be straight with the voters and get them to vote for it.
Yep, thank you, Councilmember. I would just note that this is a very common method of financing used by local governments in California. And as to the selection of method of financing that exists with City Council at the time the project is reviewed and options are selected. And that was done in the case of each of these projects.
I realize that, but I guess because I think fundamentally we have to go to voters for approval because the voters have told us that before we settle in debt in the city, they want to be able to approve, right? I think that's the whole reason behind this. But we've constructed this kind of artificial entity to basically not have to do that because the corporation doesn't need voter approval. And it just seems like, and maybe it can, I realize it's legal, but it just doesn't seem right. It just seems like we are not ethically upholding what the voters wanted. So yeah, I just, it's been bugging me for a long time, and I guess I just wanted to use the time since nobody else had questions, if staff can explain this a little bit better, because I just, it doesn't seem to pass the sniff test for me on this.
I think one way to look at it is that raising money for general obligation debt is similar to kind of like raising tax revenue, therefore being voter approved, whereas debt issued by a public improvement corporation, you're leveraging an asset to lease back and pay. So I think those are kind of the differences between these two mechanisms that, as City Manager Shikata said, that council kind of decides upon as we're going through the decision-making process of how to finance a project.
But we raise revenue all the time, right? We raise our utility rates, we raise fees. So, I mean, whether it's a general obligation bond or COPs, we're still doing the same thing. We still incur additional expense to the people here. So I mean, I think it's in effect the same thing, except for one we had to get voter approval and the other one we didn't. And I guess the other thing is we didn't have to, I guess difference here is we didn't have to leverage up a city asset, right? I guess that's probably the key difference, not that the fact that we have to, whether we get extra revenue or not.
Yes, with a COP debt, you're not raising new revenue. You're leveraging a asset that the city already owns. So you're not.
No, but I guess you still could though, right? I mean, I think the city still raises revenue all the time. So it's not like, but I understand what you're saying, that I guess the key difference is the asset, right? Okay, anyways, I was wondering about this, so I want to ask. Thank you.
Councilmember Burke.
Yeah, just to clarify, when we do a certificate of participation, that's based upon the city borrowing money and using existing revenues to pay that back over time. And a general obligation bond is based on new revenue, correct? And so that's the basic reason why we go to voters when we seek new revenue, but not if we're simply going to do a routine borrowing for a large project that we pay back off of our existing revenue. And I guess first I want to really object to the characterization that Councilmember Tanaka made of this as being some kind of a shell game and not being forthright. I think that is out of line to characterize our actions that way. And I'm kind of shocked that after 7+ years on the council, he doesn't understand the difference between these two mechanisms.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, that's your opinion, but I totally disagree with what you're saying. I think most people in our city don't know this. And if they were to look at this, I think most people in the city would think that this is an end round. I realize we don't agree on this, but for me, I think transparency is really important. I think the intent of the reason why we have to go to voters is because when we're selling on debt to the city, it's important that they know. And these COPs, and it's significant. How much, staff, how much is the total COPs total?
Outstanding, close to 145 million outstanding principal.
That's not chump change, right? That's a lot of money, triple digit millions. So, but I think we just have ethical, we have different ethical thresholds. So we'll just have to disagree on this, but I, for one, think that we should be more transparent. You can think whatever you want.
Councilmember Burt, and let's see if we can get to a motion as well.
I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
And second, just briefly responding again, this is not an end around. This is our debt on incurred through COPs is lower as a proportion of our revenue than most cities, and our rating is higher. And it is not a deception of the people. The only thing that is a problem is when a member of the council misrepresents this to the public and feeds false perceptions of what we're doing. So I think that we can have additional discussions on this kind of conduct under our procedures and protocols discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
And seeing no other lights, let's take the vote. Oh, and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so, this is my last year on council, so, I think that, I found your attempt to silence me to be not very professional. But I believe that it's better for us to be transparent with the people here. You don't agree with that. And, that's my opinion. You have your opinion. There's something that if you really want to talk about it more, we could certainly talk about it more. But, I think giving the option to the people is a good thing. You may think it's better for us not to have to do that. But when we're talking about substantial amount of money, I believe it's better for the people, especially when we're talking about like 140, $150 million. It's better that the people know about it and they have a choice to vote on it versus, we have the shell company, which, I mean, if it's so legal, if it's so good, why do we have to have the shell company? Now, we can have differing opinions and, probably some of you guys disagree with me as well, but I respect different opinions. And so I respect your opinion, but I don't respect your attempts to shut me down.
Let's call the vote.
Board Member Lowing,
Yes.
Board Member Koo,
Yes.
Board Member Burt,
Yes.
Board Member Tanaka,
No.
Chair Stone,
Yes.
Board Member Vinker,
Yes.
Board Member Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Great, thank you. We will now adjourn the PIC board meeting and reconvene the city council meeting. For the record, City Clerk, please note all members are present for the city council meeting. With that will bring us to our break. Let's reconvene at 8:40. have a presentation.
We do. Thank you. Good evening, Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. I will briefly go over the items from the Policy and Services Committee, and this is last year's committee, so there's a slightly different composition this year, but the former chair, Tanaka, I would assume can speak to any of the specifics as well as the members of the committee last year. So this item has come to council a few times. This one, we're going to really work on it today. Really excited about that. Just to summarize, if you can go to the next slide. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. So this just summarizes where we've been at the earlier part of 2023. This council as a whole made a lot of changes to the handbook and referred about 8 items to Policy and Services Committee. So while we'll be talking about the handbook today, we're really focused on those referrals only. The broader discussion about, you can go to the next slide, Madam Clerk, about the full handbook with new ideas that the council submitted for the handbook will come to the city council either later this month or in March. So keeping in mind, this is just about the referrals today. So I have those referrals here on the screen. Actually, we're discussing 6 of 7. My apologies, I think I said 8. So 1 is related to the organization of the city council, the selection of the mayor. 1 is about video participation for public comment. 1 is about censure and enforcement of your handbook. 1 is about board and commission member liaisons and the role that they're doing. So there's 2 related to the liaisons for boards and commissions. And the last one is on international travel. Those are the 6 items that we have drafted language for based off Policy and Services Committee discussions. And then the one that we have not yet brought to the committee will be going to Policy and Services next week related to miscellaneous expenditures and potential discretionary spending for council members. So today we can look at any of the 6 at the top that the city council would like to take action on. So I will briefly run you through those if that's okay. Okay, next slide, please. So this is just summarizing the action. Take action on any that you want. Today, we're talking about the referrals, and then next, the full handbook. Next slide, please. And again, thank you. So the first related to the annual organization of the city council. You briefly talked about this when we brought this item to you at the end of last year. I believe it was December at the full city council. The Policy and Services Committee would like the city council to consider potentially a different process for the selection of the mayor. And the options that we summarized in the staff report, my iPad is dying here. The options we summarized in the staff report looked at, 1 is pursuing a ballot measure potentially in this year, which is why we noted this as time sensitive. We would need to prepare the materials rather quickly to get it on the ballot this year if this was an interest of the council. And that could be to extend the mayoral term or directly elect the mayor. Another option would be to not pursue a ballot measure, but instead to add criteria to your actual procedures and protocols. So this one was new text that we put as research for in your packet based off of your very brief discussion in December. The last option that came out of the committee directly was pursuing no ballot measure at all this year and no change to this section in the handbook. So next slide. The other recommendation, so when you all went through the procedures and protocols handbook, you directed staff that if it were feasible to give the public the opportunity to activate their personal video during their public comments. So staff has done the research on this and found that it is feasible. We would have to do some training for our staff, but before implementing this, we thought that it would be good to come back to the city council and discuss if this is still the direction that the city council is interested in moving forward with. Next slide. There is an entire section that we drafted on censure with really great work from the Policy and Services Committee. And so I just put the page numbers here because it is quite lengthy, but we can go through that with any particular questions you have. In the handbook itself, it's pages 35 through 39. Look at the handbook pages, not packet pages. And our recommendation there is for you to consider adoption or changes to that language and adoption of it. Next slide. The two items related to boards and commissions. The committee worked really hard to draft this language. So the section of refrain from lobbying board and commission members, there's a proposed new language there that's summarized on this slide, as well as the handbook, page 45. And then regarding the role of the council liaison for boards and commissions, that text is summarized here as well. That is recommended by the Policy and Services Committee, and it's on the handbook, page 46. Next slide. I think this is the last one. International travel. I will note that there in the fiscal impact section of your report, this was slightly misstated. And thank you, Vice Mayor Lowing, for pointing this out. So I will clarify. The language that is in front of you and on the handbook, page 48, summarizes the criteria that the Policy and Services Committee recommends related to international travel for the City Council. In the staff report, we noted this as an additional $40,000 per year and increasing by CPI. But the actual recommendation, which is reflected in the track changes language of your handbook, is that the total council travel budget for both international and domestic travel be increased from its current amount of around 30 or 35,000 to 40,000, and that increases each year by CPI. So it's a small nuance difference. The language in the handbook itself is correct, but I wanted to clarify that, as Vice Mayor Lowing pointed out, our staff report did not have that correct. And I believe this might be the last slide. It is. That's my name, and I'm here if you have questions, but I will look to the committee itself, as you worked very, very hard to make these recommendations get to the City Council.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. We'll go to public comment on this item.
Our first speaker is Bing W.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and Vice Mayor and the City Council members. I'm honored to be here to support the longer mayorship term as a local citizen who has been living here for about 17 years. I found this is an opportunity for us to get more engaged if we see the mayor in the longer term has a continuance. From my experience being on the board of Neighbors Broad, I worked with more than 5 mayors, starting from 2011, Mayor Yahweh Ye to Nancy Shepherd, 2012, then to thankfully critical support by Mayor Pat Burt here, who actually made the sister city, and also have former Mayor Lydia Koo involved as a chair. So by the time I led Mayor Liz Nis to our Palo Alto delegation to Yangpu 2018, I wish all the mayor I worked with can be on that delegation, because like I said to Mayor Pat Burt, I just did this and you're already gone. Like, I miss you already. So I feel the longer term would really give the continuity, like the project I work on as a citizen, and also for our city staff to have a longer engagement with the mayor. And from that experience, and I feel that if the mayors have a longer term and they could have more impact for the things, say, Mayor Burt is really strong about sustainability, which is also common ground with Yangpu, and Lydia Koo, and was also have a heritage in Yangpu, and which could have bring us together closer to. So from also Palo Alto itself, according to local census, we have, over 36% of Asian Americans, according to 2020 census, and 60% of them are new immigrants like me, have moved here in the last 10, 20 years. Majority of this group barely register to vote here, even if they are eligible to. Some of us may not have come a country who We never voted because we didn't have a democratic system like here. And some of us, like me, who has the English fluency, sufficient enough to vote. And we consider each voting possibility as an opportunity with huge excitement to experience our new citizen rights in our adopted country, our beloved new country called America. So therefore, voting for a new way will empower the people, especially our new immigrants. However, I'm aware of the dynamics of collegial collaboration in the city council operation. I also appreciate the existing city council electoral system has its own merits, but I do hope we can find a hybrid Democrat model to vote for a mayor for a longer term, at least 2 years, if not 4 years. Hypothetically, if Mayor Stone can stay for 1 more year, the youth mental resilience project can last longer than just 1 year.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Larry Kay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein, and I just wanted to make myself available tonight. I'm Sunnyvale's last 2-year selected mayor and Sunnyvale's first directly elected mayor. So I have a fairly unique perspective as far as this issue is concerned. And I can talk about some of the pluses and minuses, but just from a history standpoint, it was back in, and from a Sunnyvale standpoint, we brought this forward many times. There were past council members, past mayors who wanted directly elected mayor. We decided back in 1987, put it on the charter to make a 2-year selected mayor. And I think that helps the city better regionally to have that regional voice. But that was approved by 79% of our residents back in 1987. We then put in 1991 directly elected mayor. It failed with 58% opposed. In 2011, it failed with 63% opposed. In 2020, when we went to district elections, we went to 6 districts and a directly elected mayor, and that passed with 61%. And ultimately, it was a transition from a city standpoint because we went from 7 people representing everyone and being directly elected by everyone to 1 district council member and 1 mayor, which represents the whole city. We all represent the whole city, but it's who are you voting for every 2 years, 4 years. There's a lot of positives. We talked about the regional voice. The longer you are mayor, you have a very good regional voice. It's better for the city. And also it's a better relationship that the mayor has with the city manager. It's what issues you want to get moved forward. It's helping your new council members and seeing that transition. So I've been 5 years mayor now. I've got another year left in my current term, and then I'm running for a re-election in November for another 4 years. We decided to do a maximum of up to 3 4-year terms, 2 as council member and 1 as mayor, or 1 4-year term and two as mayor. So kind of a mixture, a maximum of 12 years that you could sit there, but only 8 years at any one thing. But I was also chosen as a Bloomberg Harvard mayor a year and a half ago. And one of the things that they would never do is selecting mayor that was there for less than a year or for a year, basically. So they're looking for a year. So that was training that I got. It was additional staffing support that the city got. But for me, it's a positive change. And whether or not you choose 2 years selected by your council or a directly elected, I think there's a lot of positives as far as that's concerned.
Your time is up.
Thank
Please
you.
make your final statement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, so a couple of comments. First, I condemn the hate speech that we heard tonight. I'm a Jew and I don't like anti-Semitic comments. My family is primarily African American, so when I hear that N-word, I cringe. But I remember and I wish I could say it even half as eloquently as James Baldwin, but he said, that N-word is a particularly created word by Caucasians. By Caucasians, Baldwin said. In Africa, there's no such word. And that word was created by Caucasians. But he says, you know what? At the end of the KQED 1963 trip, when Baldwin came to San Francisco, he says, you know what? I've never been an N. I'm not an N today. And guess what? It says a whole lot more about the one that speaks the word.
Is your comment on action?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's about the First Amendment. It's about how we have to have that. But I wanted to condemn the racism that I had, and I want to finish just very briefly on James Baldwin's quote, if you could give me my time back. And he said, when hate speech is spoken, it says a whole lot more about the speaker than the one that is the subject of the hate speech. But the public comment virtually is really important to me because I can't always stand really long. There are days when I could come to the council meeting, but it's more painful sometimes than I can handle. So I hope that because of this vile hate speech, we don't cut off the ability to have virtual speech. Now, I would like to condemn Pat Burt for his constant over the last years of undermining Greg Tanaka at any chance he has to do it.
Mr. James, can you please stay on
Yes, I will.
topic?
Yes, I certainly
Okay,
will.
get to your point.
So thus we conclude this case, and then I'm reading from Justice Brennan's case, okay, a majority opinion in New York Times versus Sullivan. Thus we consider this case against the background of a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. So yeah, you've got the right to attack Greg Tanaka. And the same principle of New York Times versus Sullivan also applies to the free speech rights of public officials. And Greg has the right to attack you, but he's too much of a gentleman to do that. So what I'm saying is that you have to be so careful that you're not trying to legislate away the First Amendment rights that we all have when you are trying to work on these council policies and procedures in reference to being polite to each other. The First Amendment doesn't require politeness, nor should it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Randall F. Moving to our next speaker, Gold A.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So is this because I actually raised my hand a while ago for the ceasefire,
No, sorry, we took that item up earlier this evening for a public comment. Right now, we are on the council procedures and protocols handbook. So you have a comment related to that, you may speak. Otherwise, that time has passed.
I do have a comment to speak about that. And this is exactly earlier I was listening where you're not even allowing public to speak, no matter how graphic, no matter what. As an African American, it really, I mean, we get used to it. So actually, I was hoping that you could let those people speak, even though they were very, very nasty and negative, just to see what exactly were they referring to it. Because I do see that usually you tend to favor in terms of what you like to be speaking about it.
Sorry, once again, we are only on action item 13 right now. We've moved on past public comment.
Then never mind.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
Winter Dellenbach, this is off the top of my head. I wasn't prepared for this discussion. Residents electing the mayor or for a longer term are solutions looking for a problem. Neither one is needed. Neither one in any substantial way somehow makes things better. Palo Alto already has a regional voice in the many committees and boards that the city council serves on. People may not be aware of that on many regional areas. Longer terms may well discourage some from serving as mayor because being mayor is a lot of work. And a 2-year term or something like that may not work out. If you directly elect a mayor, if residents do, are we to pay the mayor? Are we to pay them a real salary? Does that professionalize? It's more bureaucracy, and it does smack to me a little bit of creating an office for possibly the prestige of it rather than the need for it. Sunnyvale is not similarly situated to Palo Alto. With its 156,000 residents, Palo Alto has about 65,000. Sunnyvale is more than twice as big as Palo Alto. I also think we shouldn't automatically rotate the role of mayor. We have had examples in the past of city council members who were simply incapable, were not equipped for the role of mayor as it is. People that have been around long enough have that institutional memory, know of what I speak. Leave the way we vote for mayor, the city council people, for a 1-year term as is. And the adjustment that would have to be made to the city manager is no small thing. We're a weak mayor city. We're not a strong mayor city. I also want to say something about, and cut me off if this isn't what we're talking about now. I'm not sure. It's the role of council liaisons to the board, to boards or commissions. If that's okay for me to say something about. I've seen examples of where city council members who are the liaison to a board or commission thinks that they should participate almost as if they were serving on that board or commission, and also making recommendations to them that the city council hasn't decided on about positions to take. And this is completely inappropriate. And that's under the 2.8 role, the role that's in red line right now. And I really hope that folks respect those borders. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will come back to council for questions and comments. Let's try to organize this the way organize our discussion the way it's laid out in the staff report. So why don't we try to kind of dispatch each item at a time, starting with 1.1, the annual organization of city council. So if there are questions, comments, and motions on these as we move through. So who'd like to start us off? Councilmember Burt.
Only because no one else was turning on their light. So I think that there are pros and cons to every one of these approaches, and there's no right way or wrong way. And we can go through and argue the pros and cons and then try to see if it nets out in any way different from this discussion that's occurred in our community off and on for decades. In the end, I lean toward that this really isn't broken. There are ways that there were certain advantages that would occur from having a 2 or 4-year mayor term, having it directly elected versus council elected. But I think that our system has served us well enough that I don't see any real pressing need to change it, is where my perspective is.
Thank you. Councilmember Coop.
Actually, I was just going to say exactly what Councilmember Burt said. You know, I oftentimes think that, yes, it's great to have some knowledge of what to expect. And while in that 1 year serving as mayor, as you get used to it, you think of different ways that you could do better. And yeah, maybe longer term is good, but you know, a 2-year term might be good, or a longer time. But at the end of the day, I think that, you know, what we have right now does not seem bad at all. And like Councilmember Burt said, it's not broken. I also think that, yes, serving on some of the regional committees, perhaps, but that's also assignments and we can do that. But if anything, I think perhaps a discussion on the council term instead of 2, maybe a 3-year, so that we can get onto some regional boards, but I don't really think it's necessary for a mayor to be elected. But, right now I'm still open to hear, convincing arguments about that. I don't really see it's necessary. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing the lights, I'll go next. Madam Clerk, can you put up the slides that were shared, and we have them at our desk as an App Places memo? Thank you. All of those are coming up. I know at our last discussion, there was interest in learning more about what other cities are doing, kind of comparing where Palo Alto is to other cities in the region. So if we can go to the next slide. One, I think there is a bit of confusion maybe in the public about how this would change the role of the mayor. And at least as it's being proposed this evening, of course, the details need to be then hammered out before this becomes a ballot measure. But there would be no change to our current city manager form of government. I mean, the role of the mayor would stay the same. The role of council members would stay the same. The only thing really we're talking about different is either extending that term or having the mayor directly elected by the people and not by this body. Would not be a full-time position. Again, that mayor would function the exact same way it does now. Move to the next slide. So the reasons why I'm in favor of a directly elected mayor, one, or having the residents choose instead of the city council choose. And even though I think the city council made a very wise decision this year, thank you. I do believe that it's better for democracy to say, hey, residents, you should be the one being able to have the choice in who really represents the city as kind of as sort of the political face of the city council. I think that is a really important role, and more democracy, I think, is always a good thing. I think we should trust the residents who voted all of us into office to be able to also trust them to have the wise judgment to be able to vote the mayor in. Having a term of 2 or 4 years is really going to be able to give the mayor more power to be able to build stronger relationships. And I think this was a point I didn't really fully appreciate or understand prior to going to the U.S. Mayor's Conference and getting to meet mayors like Larry Klein and others from the region, and just kind of talking to so many mayors across the country who are in other cities that are less known, have a smaller budget, smaller population, and for them to hear that the city of Palo Alto's mayor is just 1 year appointed by us, they were kind of surprised by, and several asked me, well, how do you then kind of, how do you then see a particular kind of policy that the mayor wants to promote, especially since government moves so slowly, or how do you build those relationships regionally or even nationally? I mean, there are a lot of wonderful kind of committees to be able to join through, like the U.S. Mayor's Conference, for example, that you can't get on there if you're a one-term mayor. If you're there for several years, you can build those relationships and then really be able to bring home the bacon, bring home some federal funding or whatnot to Palo Alto to promote us, and I think provides more continuity, stability, and balance. I think it's really quite a dramatic change, probably from a staff perspective as well as the public, to have our mayor shift so frequently. Just the other day, we all got an email that said, Mayor Burt And that was a couple of, what was that, 2021 now? And so I think having that stability, not only for the public, would be beneficial, but also for the body to make sure that we get more comfortable as well with leadership. Can you go on to the next slide? And actually, before I get into other cities, another point I wanted to make as well is I think our current practice really made sense for a very long time, but Palo Alto is a city of growing complexity. We have a budget that's over $1 billion. We have both kind of we have power and influence not only across the region, but really across the world, especially on areas like climate change and seen as leaders. And so being able to have a mayor who can kind of continue to lead in that area with greater continuity would be really helpful. And then just kind of a quick comparison to our other cities. We would not be alone in doing this. In the county of Santa Clara, 6 cities directly elect their mayor. See, there's some differences in term lengths, but you could also see as far as kind of budget and population, it's kind of all over the board. I think we'd really kind of be in the middle there. 9 cities, but that includes Palo Alto, have the 1-year term. And then next slide, and I'll wrap up since I'm over time here. San Mateo County has more mayors that are similar to how we choose ours here in Palo Alto, but I do think that trend is starting to change. Belmont just a couple of years ago switched over to directly electing their mayor. So again, I don't think we would not be out of step here by moving in this direction. So that's why I support directly elected mayor. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Vinker. I think you can keep the slides up.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. And yes, as Councilmember Burt alluded to, I understand that Gary Fazzino, when he was on council, brought this up a couple of decades ago, and I'm sort of proud to be in following in his shoes. Yeah, I don't think that this is a matter of fixing something that's broken. I think it's a matter of something that could enhance our city, could be really good for our city, could increase its clout outside of the city. Yes, some council members sit on regional boards, but the mayor has sort of a special role in terms of representing the city. And it's not just the regional boards like VTA and Bosca and Bachman and such, but USCM, I had a very similar journey. It was when I first went to USCM, the US Conference of Mayors, and I saw the real national conversation that's going on amongst cities. Because man, boots on the ground these days with Congress frozen is where it's at. And it was impressive what's going on. And they have, like most organizations, committee structures. You hang around a year, you move up, you chair it, you get to introduce things, and you can really move opinions. And in DC, I've come to learn USCM is highly respected. We don't have a voice there. We show up once a year with a mayor who can take advantage of the learnings and trainings and meet some people, and then the next year it's a new one, and then a new one. And I feel like for a city like ours, it would be really helpful to us to have more mechanisms to be impactful, to share our learnings, we are a leader, but also to learn from others and build relationships in a more continuous way. And so I think it'd be nice if we had longer terms. But the minute we go to 2 or 4 year terms, I'm not sure why we would keep the decision of mayor to ourselves. It makes sense when it's a 1-year term because we don't have elections every year. But once you go to every 2 years, there is a ballot. It's an easy thing to do. And I think that, you know, when we put residents at the top, when we look at what residents want, we're asking them who should sit up here. We just want to say, and who should sit in that seat. So to me, that's a co-benefit. And not just the external, but you know, I'm agreeing basically with everything Mayor Stone just said, but I think internally the relationships with colleagues, staff, and our residents who can get to know their mayor. I agree with all of that. But anyway, I wanted to pick up on the size of the cities thing because some people say, you know, it used to be big cities had directly elected mayors and smaller ones did not. And so I actually had my lovely intern, I'll give him a shout out, Max Graken, did this chart. And if you look at so the first column is cities in Santa Clara County that have directly elected mayors, and then it lops over to Morgan Hill. Then the next three are San Mateo County. And then I threw Berkeley in there because it's college town, kind of like us. And if you look at those 10 cities, we are right in the middle in terms of population. There are 5 bigger and 5 smaller. And there are only 2 with a larger budget than we, one of whom is in fact Santa Clara, because they also own their own utilities like we do. San Jose is obviously enormous, but we manage more in a year than any of the others. And so I think, we can't really say that that should disqualify us one way or another. What we should see is that it's catching on, and then more and more cities are in this conversation. And I just think it'd be good for our city to join in. And if you could go actually to the last slide, because we've just heard from the mayor of Sunnyvale. Go one more. One more, please. Yeah. So the length of term, I mean, that's something I think I'm really curious what my colleagues think. Most places go 4 years. There's a benefit to 2 years because, for people who don't want to serve for quite as long, or if we don't think the mayor's doing a great job, we have a chance to change every 2 years. But 4 years gives more continuity. You're not always running for mayor. So, that is something I think we should discuss. I tend toward the 4-year, but would love to hear what my colleagues think on that. But I think getting that continuity, getting more regional clout, letting our residents choose instead of us is something that I would support.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. I've actually given this thought consideration for about 15 years as I've watched councils and gone to the ballot box and thought what's happening, what's not happening. And in the last year, I've given it a lot of thought because we're on P&S. And you notice that we courageously sent this back to council with no recommendation. But that was really because we want 7 people talking about this. And I've heard over the years that, 1 year is too short. And I think that's from the standpoint of the person who's in the job, coming up the learning curve and then getting going and then can't keep going the second year. But in my experience, I really haven't seen that happen, particularly as I sit here. In the last 3 years, as 3 mayors have shifted, the city business goes on the next day. It's a peaceful transfer of power, and the priorities are the same, and we keep executing, and then we So I don't see that for the business of the city that there's anything to be gained with that. Now, I hear your other comments about reach out and more regional and national presence. I would first congratulate Councilmember Binker for doing that anyway in her first year in office. And continuing now. So I don't think that it's absolutely essential that it be the mayor that do that. And we've got evidence sitting here on the dais that can work. So I don't think we're dealing with a problem here. And I'm listening to if this is an opportunity, not a problem that we should be working on. I did write down when I was hearing the mayor speak that about having elected versus selected. And I would point out that the House of Representatives and the Senate elect their own leaders. So we're just 7 people here as opposed to, Congress people electing their own leaders. So, so I think that the other point is that we can elect the mayor right now for a second year. And of course, we have had mayors that have served 2 terms, not consecutively, but we can do that. Or as has been said, we can set it up as a 2-year term as well. So we wouldn't have to necessarily go through a ballot measure. The other thing is that with a 2-year elected mayor, that means that at most, I think our city would have at most 4 mayors in 4 years, in contrast to 7 or 8 mayors in 8 years. So by definition, that kind of reduces the opportunity for other folks that want to come here. So in terms of diversity and more people cycling through, I think it's a bit of a downside. I also think that if somebody's running for mayor in Palo Alto, there's probably going to be 5 or 6 candidates, and they're all probably going to be pretty good. So if they lose that race, you're effectively losing some good council members because they're done and they have to wait another 2 years or 4 years even, if it's a 4-year term, before they would have a second shot at running for the mayor's slot, or they would have to run for council. So there's some collateral damage here that I just want to make sure we talk about. And then the other thing is that I think it's, in the case of the current system, you're pretty much guaranteed to get a mayor who's experienced for 3 or 4 or 5 years because of the way we do this. And that means that when they take the gavel, they understand the processes in the city. And a big portion of that is because it's been traditional, not automatic, but traditional, that they've sort of been in training as the vice mayor. So I think that they're very well prepared and trained. And in an open election, you could get somebody that moved here from Menlo Park last week that has no experience. So I just think that we ought to just talk about all these things in terms of the downside as well. So while I'm listening, I'm just not hearing that the idea of getting to regional or national boards should be the main driver of this. And it takes some time, and it takes the ballot measure and so on. So I'm on the where Councilmember Burt started, is that it's working pretty well if you really look at it, including the quality of the mayors over the years. You can argue plus or minus depending on your own opinions, but it's working to give us good quality people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, PNS, for bringing this forward without a recommendation so we could all discuss it. I have to say that I was surprised when I became cognizant of the fact that our city was selecting its mayor this way. When I wasn't paying super close attention years ago to how the city government was constructed, I found myself feeling surprised that a city of our prominence and prowess and budget and whatnot had a relatively ceremonial mayor with an operational function for 1 year. And obviously we've had great mayors and it seems to be working well. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. On the other hand, I really do understand and appreciate that regional relationships and national and even international relationships kind of by definition are fostered and have the opportunity to be strengthened and really become something over time. And so for that reason, I'm really kind of intrigued by extending the term of mayor and really having the mayoral position match the degree of impact that I think our city has and wants to continue to have around the issues we care about. I think there's the plus and minus of it's the opportunity for that person to push an agenda. And for that reason, I'm more in favor of the voters selecting the mayor. If we were to go to a longer term mayor position, I think I would want it to be the voters who made that decision, because ultimately the majority of the voters in this district ought to be selecting someone that reflects the various priorities that they care most about. I do have a question about how it would work. So Mayor Klein from Sunnyvale came, and I don't mean to put you on the spot right as you're trying to leave, but let's walk through how this happens. So let's pretend we had a 4-year term for mayor. Does a person run for city council and then only after 4 years on city council, they throw their hat in the ring if they wanted to be mayor? For mayor, is it sort of, or could somebody from scratch decide I'm running for mayor? That does feel strange to me.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to ask, because I was thinking about the same thing. If I can ask a question of staff, are we able to structure? Because I think that was a good point, and Vice Mayor raised kind of a similar issue. Are you able to structure it where there's a minimum qualification of experience to say you'd have to have had at least 2 years experience as a council member in order to be able to run and serve as mayor? Because I think that's an interesting point.
So we haven't looked at that, but off the top of my head, I think Palo Alto probably could do that as a charter city. Could establish its own criteria. It is not typical. I'm not aware of another system that's like that, and I would have to confirm that, but I believe we could do that.
So I think the question, the slides are terrific, and I wonder how many of the cities that are doing a directly elected mayor permit somebody to come out of the blue and run for mayor versus have some kind of experiential city council requirement. Through the chair, through the mayor, I'd like to ask if it's possible to address that question to Mayor Klein.
The mayor would love to have the mayor address that question.
So we're relatively new with having the directly elected mayor, and so we didn't put any conditions other than the standard council conditions. And from what I've heard, kind of going forward, there's already council members that are interested in running first against me for mayor this year, but also, you know, looking to the future, and it's council that will have that right experience, in my opinion. We didn't do, and I don't know of any city that would conceivably require that make that as a requirement. I would question whether the voters would even consider that to some degree, but you know, and that was one of the reasons why, you know, many years ago, back in the 90s, we went from the 1 year selected to the 2 year selected, still keeping it, and ultimately, you know, it means exactly what was said before. Not everybody gets to be mayor. There's that becomes pretty much a mathematical impossibility unless there's lots of re-elections and all that. But ultimately, for most cities, not everybody should be mayor. And I know mayors from other one year mayor selected cities that were counting from almost day one for the end of their year. And so from that standpoint, didn't really want the job, but it was kind of expected because it was a rotating position, and I'm the most senior and I'm taking it. So that's, you know, and Sunnyvale debated the directly elected thing for a long period of time and added up multiple charter, you know, multiple charter points where people said, no, no, no. Brought it in front of the voters and they said no. That being said, the 2 year selected by council was seen as a good transition, and, you know, and everybody supported that, or a large percentage of the residents supported that charter change back in the 90s. So I don't know if you could put that restriction in. I would be interested in, and to me, I understand exactly what you're saying. You're trying to choose someone with reasonable experience to become your next mayor. But the same thing as a council member, you know, you're not putting those additional restrictions on running for council. It's like, oh, you know what? Your best council members would be somebody who's been on a commission. You can't run for council unless you've been on a commission. Well, I would question whether or not that would pass the voters, for one thing. And the other half of that is whether or not, you know, it would be the right restriction. I'm assuming that your voters, if you're going to allow the voters to choose the mayor, they will try to choose the best person. And there might be somebody who's never served on council, who's been at an assembly, we've seen this before, been at the assembly level, and like, you know what, I'm coming back to be on council. And so, oh no, they don't have the right experience, So leaving it up to voters, to me, is the right thing to do. That being said, 2 year selected versus 2 or 4 year directly elected, there's pluses and minuses, as everyone has said here, to both of those things. And what you think your residents would be happy with, you know, it's up to you. We went through multiple attempts, and when we finally went to the districts, our residents said, oh yes, directly elected makes total sense. So sorry for being long-winded, but Sunnyvale has been, you know, I have a lot of the history of the city and can give more of that to staff if need be. Yeah.
I have an additional question, but I see I'm over time, so I'm happy to wait.
Sorry. If it's one extra question, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Mayor. It occurs to me that if you had a couple fantastic city council members who decided, you know what, I'm ready to step up, I'm ready to run for mayor, and they both run for mayor and only one can win, that second person isn't even on council anymore. Is there any precedent for, or any mechanism where a person, where somehow you could solve that problem?
Well, it depends on whether or not they were running on the end of their term, or halfway through their 4-year term. So that, conceivably there are people that, would be 2 years or 6 years into a term and say, I want to run for mayor this time. And so you'll have that mixture. Absolutely. And and definitely you will get, okay, depending upon how you set it. And this is the thing, but why we chose 3 4-year terms to have to kind of encourage to a large degree that you were council member first, whether or not that was 2 4-year terms before a one 4-year term as mayor, or one 4-year term as council, with potentially 2 4-year terms as mayor. So trying to make it easier for that transition, but we haven't met this yet, but at some point we will have, I'm assuming, someone who's halfway through a term, whether or not that's 2 years on council or 6 years on council, saying, I want to run for mayor.
And then when they win, they create a vacancy on council. And then that has to be filled with an appointment or special election or something.
And so, so the person who's running against me currently is term limited on his 8 years on council, and figuring out where we're going. But appointments, and your council needs to deal with appointments anyway, of if somebody retires early or resigns. It's part of that process, but yes, conceivably it's how quickly you can appoint. And I was elected in a special election in August of 2016. One of my biggest priorities was to make sure that we never had to run a special election again, and how we go through an appointment process from a council standpoint. So we don't waste, for me, it was $800,000 back in 2016. Now it's way over $1 million because the county register passes those costs to the city.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I've really been enjoying the conversation here. I think there's a lot of good perspectives, and thank you, Mayor, for coming out here. I've thought about this quite a bit. I've been on council now. This is my 8th year, and I've seen a lot of cities that move from a kind of rotation or appointed mayor to a elected mayor. And I've got to know those council members quite well. And when I ask them what do they think and the pros and cons, in general, people actually, almost universally, thought it was a good thing. So that's what intrigued me about our city. It's actually interesting looking at this population and budget numbers. Some of the things that people told me why they liked it was kind of the things that people said before, which is continuity. I think some people talked about how it puts more of the power into elected officials' hands versus staff, because staff is always there, but elected officials, we rotate in and out all the time. In our city, the mayor the main rule power the mayor has is that sets agenda, runs a meeting. But as we know, that's pretty important. And I always think that that voters making the decision versus it's also a good thing, because like if I look at, I think one of you guys mentioned that Congress decides who the, Speaker of the House is. And, the problem with that is that people, because of this system, people vote and do things that are more in the interest of the party versus in the interest of the people. And so we don't have parties here, but we definitely have factions here, right? I mean, we all know a little bit about that. And so I think that it is actually better for our democracy to work where the voters make a decision. I think the discussion about should there be some sort of requirements or this or that, and I'm also in favor of just keeping it simple, because I think it's better that way. Council members who've been around are more likely to get elected anyways. So I don't think we have to make that a requirement. So in general, I'm in favor of this. So I know it's almost 10 o'clock now. So at least for this item, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the voters to decide. I'm trying to think about how to construct this motion here, so maybe staff can help me here. But make a motion that we put it up to the voters to decide whether they want to have a directly elected mayor or not.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Tanaka, you'd like to speak to your motion?
I'm kind of dead, thank you. But you know, this is kind of an open motion, so people are interested in making amendments or whatnot, just go ahead.
Councilmember Vinker, speak to your second.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reasons I said before. I think that it's really to pursue a ballot measure to directly elect the mayor. I just think we may want to specify the term for 2 or 4 years. Does the maker have a?
I really have no preference, but I don't know if the other people here do, because I'm certainly willing to entertain different ideas.
I would suggest we put 4-year out there for discussion purposes. I could go with that or be convinced otherwise. Thank you.
And may I make maybe a procedural recommendation? We could create, we could have this as our referral that is going to go on the November ballot, but create an ad hoc to be able to maybe address some of the specificity that would be required for that ballot measure to be returned back to the council for approval by a particular date that staff needs it by. I see a lot of heads shaking on staff. Sorry?
That would be in June.
By June? Okay.
Right.
City Attorney.
So I think we'd find that in the drafting, so to put something before the voters, we would actually draft the charter amendment. And that would go on the ballot for the voters to say yes or no. A no vote means the charter is maintained in its current status. A yes vote would change the charter. So we would need to think through all the details and prepare that and offer that to the voters. So I like the ad hoc idea to work with staff, because I think in the drafting, we will see that there are various things that need to be, details that need to be worked out. And so June is the final date. But I think before that, we would want to be working with a council member or 2 council members to get direction and prepare the material and bring it back to council for consideration.
Thank you. So if that's acceptable to the maker and the seconder. Okay. And if it's not specified, the members of the ad hoc, then the mayor creates the ad hoc?
Yes, under your procedures and protocols, the mayor makes those selections.
Okay, thank you. Okay, speaking to the motion then, Councilmember Koo.
So after listening to all the comments, you know, I do like it that it goes out to the voters to decide on the mayor position. I do have concern about the length of time that is indicated here, but knowing that the ad hoc will work on it, I think that's fine. I do want to say that you know, being a mayor and being a new council member coming in, there's already a lot to learn about the city. I mean, there's the finances, there's the nuances, and being able to represent the city well, what their priorities are, what our priorities are, the city's priorities. It does take knowledge and time to learn all of it. So I really do think that, and I would highly recommend that that is part of what city attorney is going to see, whether that is something that we can add to the charter to have some experience as a council member, maybe for 2 years before they run for the mayor position. And then also the term of the mayor. Is it 1 term, 2 terms? So I think that that's another thing that we need to kind of know. But what worries me is the part about experience. So that would be something that would cause me to not support it. But I am also willing to have this considered when it returns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you. I wonder if, I like the idea, and I wonder if the maker would accept a friendly amendment to change the final sentence of 1A to the term would be for either 2 or 4 years, and let the ad hoc really sort it out and come up with a recommendation. So the concept of directly elected is clearly the purpose here, but whether the term is 2 or 4, I'm not sure we're ready to make that decision tonight.
I personally have no preference.
And that's, I'll accept that. I was partly wanting to put it in there to hear discussion tonight so that the ad hoc could be informed by it. So perhaps people could comment for the ad hoc, but it's fine with me. I accept your amendment.
Vice Mayor Lowry.
Yes, I have a question. I'm trying to figure out the charter of the ad hoc. So are we referring this to an ad hoc to consider whether and how to do it? Or is the whether part of the motion and just the how is what they're going to work on?
Oh, yeah.
I'll defer to the maker and the seconder to answer that question.
You know, I'm pretty open to ideas here. I don't have a preset idea of how this has to happen. So if you have a suggestion, all ears.
Mr. Mayor, if I could offer a comment. So the ad hoc, the language that the ad hoc would work with staff, would direct staff to prepare, would have to come back to council for a vote. So there is no decision tonight that makes this definitive. That will happen when the language is prepared, and council members will have an opportunity at that time to take that vote again and express whatever your wish is at that point.
Okay, so but the second half of my question was, why doesn't it just go back to P&S?
I would, to that point, just offer a couple of data points here. One is that you do have another referral that has been given to PNS regarding Citizen Advisory Committee to evaluate council member compensation, which could align to the same timeline, not necessarily, but just want to remind you of that standing referral. Another is that using our experience recently related to ballot measures, if the council was interested on the why or the what here of what would be proposed, we have typically used polling as a means of gaining some feedback. Again, not suggesting it, but rather than have it come up from the ad hoc as a recommendation, did want to daylight that as our common practice. And then finally, would just note that along those lines, if you were to scope the work of the ad hoc along the lines of including various evaluation, that part of the decision process going forward would be the placement of the ballot measure on the ballot itself. And we did have information from the Register of Voters that the estimated cost is on the order of $200,000. So we'll want to just factor that into our budgetary planning for the year.
Councilmember Burt.
The city attorney made the point I wanted to make.
Great, thank you. And then Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, I think that happened as well. In terms of just the process, yes, I think if it went to an ad hoc to be nimble enough to get it back to council in time, that council could have a thoughtful discussion about this, that would be good. But it seems to me they should be looking at things like the term and term limits and come back with, a recommendation and options and rationale that so the council can thoughtfully consider it. Because that was kind of what I was hoping that we could get in front of council. And, but it sounds like we needed the council members to generate that because staff wasn't comfortable generating that piece. So I think to go off and work with the city attorney to get language and come back with more granular recommendations so the council can really chew it over, I think is what I'm hearing from both staff and my colleagues. I'm getting nods from staff. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree with Councilmember Vinker, and the timeline is, June is right around the corner. I think PNS would slow this down to the point we wouldn't make that deadline. So happy with the ad hoc, seeing no other lights, let's vote on this.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
No.
Councilmember Burt.
No.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. Let's see what's next on this list. We'll move now to procedure 5.1A for video participation for public comment. Councilmember Burt.
I don't see a lot of contention on this, so if it's okay, I will move the Policy and Services Committee recommendation.
Just to clarify, is that recommendation to reconsider and to not have the video participation available for members of the public? Just want to clarify.
I thought the recommendation was to proceed with attempting to allow for video participation. Is that correct?
So yeah, go ahead.
My memory, Chair, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was that by the time this came to council, there had been raised concerns about the video participation. We did not want to, and nor could we in some instances preclude remote audio participation, but there were concerns about it. So I think actually it says suggested city council discussion, and actually I probably should have deferred to the deputy city manager Gaines. But that we did not, I don't believe we made a recommendation on
Okay,
this
well
one.
then let me reframe it to what the council voted to include in the tentatively last April 24th. So it'd be, if feasible, members of the public would be given the opportunity to activate their personal video during public comments.
Second.
Councilmember Burt, you want to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, I think it allows for this participation, which members of the public would like, but does not obligate it. And I think it'd be a good step.
Councilmember Lifcott-Hames?
I agree.
Okay. Councilmember Koo?
I'm sorry, motion, I was going to make a motion, but never mind.
Councilmember Tanaka?
I was going to clarify, but generally, I think this makes sense that, I think it's harder for people to spoof or be mean if they're off the video, but they don't have to be on the video. I think it's generally a good idea, so I'm going to support it.
So I have a question of staff. If this we've already seen tonight incidents of hate speech. If a speaker is displaying an image that we deem to be inappropriate, what power does the chair have to have the clerk turn that camera off?
Complicated. So there are exceptions for certain explicit sexual material that could be turned off. I think certain images that we would classify as deeply steeped in bias or hate, where those where those images are present, but they're not reflected in the comments. So the commenter is speaking on topic. City's going to have a much more difficult time disallowing that video if this is your role. So there may be other scenarios. Those are two that spring to mind.
Yeah, I've talked to other elected leaders in the region and have heard of some very disturbing stories of Zoom commenters either displaying explicit material in the background, exhibiting themselves in an inappropriate way, or just other inappropriate images. And I'm just concerned that this is creating another opportunity for a hate speech to be able to proliferate in a way that we can't constitutionally prohibit once we open the door to this kind of speech. And it once again puts the chair, the clerk, in a difficult position to be able to judge these. And unfortunately, I think tonight is another reminder of how people can abuse this technology that has been so great to be able to expand public comment and access. But I'm concerned about what this opens up and what people might be subjected to. So even though when this originally came out, it made sense to me. I was in favor of it. Now, based on just stories I'm hearing and the reminder of this evening, I'm going to vote against it.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think these additional points are ones that I hadn't been aware of and been thinking about, and I think they're valid and as concerns. And if there are ways that we could legally restrict any political images or other categories of images, then perhaps we would do it. I'd be fine then either to withdraw the motion or refer it back to policy and services to see if there are boundaries that have been established that would be acceptable. And I'm good with either of those.
Great. So you withdrawing the motion or amending it?
I'm really looking for whether others would like to flesh it out more at policy and services or just abandon it.
Okay, great. Then we'll have that question on the floor for council members to respond to. Councilmember Vinker?
Yeah, we did talk a bit about it in policy and services. That's why we actually came back without a recommendation, because it's a tough balance, because you can't unsee the stuff no matter how quickly you try to get it off screen. There has been, just with this proliferation of Zoom bombing, it's not just been the audio we've experienced, but it's been, you know, the explicit sexual acts and lots of things. And I don't know if that's died down of late. People have gotten bored, but, you know, we just had some audio Zoom bombing tonight. It's a difficult thing because I do like the value of seeing people who are legitimately giving public comment. I think it's helpful to get, you know, a richer experience of what they're trying to convey. So we did talk about that. We didn't talk about exactly what the legal, you know, our ability was to limit that. So if you want to come back with more of that, I think that's probably a city attorney thing. But for me, you know, I think that what we have now is kind of a nice compromise, because it allows people who have trouble getting here to still talk voice to voice in real time. And if they want to be seen, they can come. I know some people have trouble doing that. If it weren't for the Zoom bombing, I would say let's go ahead with the video, but I have pause for doing it under today's circumstances.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments that have been raised, and I too like the idea of referring it to PNS for further thought. I would like to add to the mix that I think recently, perhaps in the last 6 months or so, or maybe even 3 months, we've started just putting first name and last initial with public commenter. And I would love to see people's first and last name. It's hard to police it, to require it. They could come up with any name, I suppose. But I've been troubled by the relative anonymity of people who comment, whereas when somebody comes here in person, they're sort of putting themselves out. And I would like to see a little bit more of, you know, sort of an equal experience between those who come in person and those who come on Zoom. And for that reason, that's why I'm in favor of the videos, but I appreciate the concerns about the harm that could come and that we couldn't restrict awful things that potentially would come via video. So if there's any interest in adding this question of first name, last name.
Right. So council could certainly have a policy on that. So by law, people do not have to provide any name or their true name. But we can ask for it. And they can provide any name they wish. Even people who come in present could come with the bag over their head, and they have the right to be heard. So there's not necessarily an assurance that you see someone's face. The first name, not last initial, frankly, came out of the clerk's experience in talking with her professional colleagues, that people were making up names that the name themselves reflected bias and hate. And so that was an effort to ensure that the opportunity was provided to speak without giving that particular forum.
So all the more reason for it to be referred to PNS for, you know, that more thorough conversation about, in light of the current, you know, climate, what feels to be right and equitable and useful.
Just to
Councilmember
speed things up, because we are behind schedule, based on what I'm hearing, what I'd like to do is change the motion to refer to Policy and Services Committee. Procedures regarding video participation remotely by the public, and to make recommendations to the council.
Councilmember Lipcott Hames, you're fine with that?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to clear the lights to see if there is still interest in now talking to this revised motion. So if there is, please, Vice Mayor Lowing.
I'll support that, but it's been the PNS, and this is kind of the best that we came back with. I really appreciate the wise counsel of the mayor that, we've got seconds to remove that if something comes up, and it's just confronting the public with that. So I'm happy to have PNS take another look.
So Councilmember Lang or Vice Mayor Lang, it's more serious than that with respect to hate images. If the person is on topic with their speech, the city is not in all likelihood going to be able to remove that imagery for the time period that the person is speaking. The way that we conclude quickly those comments on specific agenda items is that they're off topic. So if people are on topic but displaying material that's offensive or harmful, unless it fits into a specific, quite narrow definition of obscenity, we are going to have a difficult time removing those images for the period of time that they're allowed to speak. So we can take this back to Policy and Services and have this conversation again, but we can also just have it now and make a decision.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what if Policy and Services will further discuss when it goes back, as it is, because I've heard the meeting when it came to Policy and Services last year, and it's hard to come to any decision. But also, I would say, having one of the concerns is having the first and last name displayed on Zoom, and for when the clerk calls it, I think we're also subjecting staff to unpleasantries, having to say that name if it was a obscene name, or disgusting name, whatever the words are. So which is another reason why I agreed to do the first name and the initial last year when I was mayor, is because I don't want to subject staff to such obscenities. But also, I still remember when we just started on Zoom, images were allowed, and one person was speaking on topic, but he had an obscene drawing on screen, and he's on topic. So I really think that, this is really a difficult matter to discuss when we don't have control over the image. So he was talking to subject. I would be very concerned with having the images and being exploited that way by members of the public who are just not really involved, but just trying to do a political point or just being nasty. So if I may make a substitute motion.
Well, if I might say that I read the staff report. It didn't include most of what we've just heard about problems. It didn't include what the city attorney has just clarified. And with that additional information, I would not have made the same motion. And I'm kind of disappointed that we aren't getting what I think are sound arguments and legal clarifications at the outset. On that basis, I'll withdraw the motion.
Great. The motion is withdrawn. Councilmember Koo, did you want to then make a new motion?
Sure. So I would like to move that on procedures section 5.1A, that we do not allow video participation for public comments.
Second.
Can I speak to your motion?
I think I've already did. Thank you.
Speak to your second? Great. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I mean, I largely agree with all the comments that have been made. I think there's a lot of complications, but I think what we have to do is think about the good versus the bad. And I think the good is that I think most people aren't be doing these kind of things. It allows people to be more authentic. It's more equitable. Some people spoke that they have hard time coming out here, and being able to see, we communicate by looking at people's faces, and so this is something that allows us to communicate better with people, them to communicate with us, and then all the things we talked about in terms of pornographic or other type of things that people could do online. They could literally do that here too. They could flash a picture to us. They could take off their shirt. They could put something on their shirt. So they could also do it, although albeit it's probably harder. So, but anyways, so I realize there's a lot of difficulty here, but I still support the idea of trying to do this just because I think this improves communication with the community.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, if you have the motion, Madam Clerk. We'll take the roll once the motion's on the screen.
May I ask who the seconder was?
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Lithcott-Hames.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Curious to kind of hear oh, sorry.
Please.
Deputy City Manager, do you have a comment before?
Is it about, I had a comment about the remaining items.
Great. Yeah, I was going to speak to that, so why don't you go ahead first?
The censure item is quite lengthy, and I do believe that the council will have a lot of thoughts on that. But the 2 on board and liaison participation from the council, as well as international travel, are relatively short in comparison. So if you wanted to skip censure and maybe try your hand at those others, otherwise you can hold the rest off, but just offering a few options for you.
How about, see what my colleagues think. What if we skip censure? We'll come back to that another night because that is a lengthy item. See what we can get through up until 10:30, and at 10:30 we'll stop. We'll continue it, and then we'll move on to our last item, which is our friendship cities. Is that fine with everybody? Yeah. Okay, great. So then let's move on to 2.2, refrain from lobbying board and commission members.
This is protocol section 2.2, just to clarify.
Thank you. And let's see how quickly we can go through these. Councilmember Ku.
Just a very quick question. So it says over here that it's inappropriate for a council member to contact a board or commission member. How about the subcommittees on some of these commission and boards? I think that's the only thing I want to make sure that we also include, because sometimes there are subcommittees and council members shouldn't be lobbying those or contacting them on any to get any particular action going certain ways. So does that matter, staff? Does it apply to ad hoc committees and subcommittees of boards and commissions?
I believe that was the intention of the Policy and Services Committee recommendation, is that it would apply to the board and commission as a whole, including their subcommittees.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because it says board or commission member. So whether they're acting in the board or in a subcommittee, that's covered.
Very good, thank you.
And sorry, Councilmember Koo, let's combine 2.2 and 2.8. So if you have comments as well on the role of the council liaison, I think it makes sense to do all this
Actually,
together.
no, I don't have any. That looks good to me.
Yeah, if you have other comments or questions.
Oh, I was just gonna move it.
Okay, that works too.
Move it, move it. So I'd like to move 2.2 and 2.8 that we accept policy and services recommendation.
Second.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to your motion?
No, I don't think, no, I just
Council-
needed the clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Vinker?
No, except to note that on PNS, we had really terrific discussion with the chairs of the commissions who came to our meeting. Many of them, I think Vice Mayor Lowing is nodding, it was really insightful to listen to them and how much they valued the interaction with council and when we on council do show up and listen.
I just have one question and want to just, it says 2.8 role of council liaison at board and commission meetings says the liaison is expected to attend board or commission meetings as requested by the body. Does that mean the liaison is only supposed to attend a meeting if the body makes a formal request to the liaison, or is that broad enough to say it's kind of how our practice is now? I noticed that language was changed.
I will offer that to the committee members if they wanted to say anything before I jump in.
I think it's meant to show some flexibility depending on the decision, I'll use that strong word, the decision of the commission. So the commission is given the sort of power here to say, yeah, we want you all the time, or we want you to stop in, or give me your phone number and go away. But in practice, based on what Councilmember Minker just recapped, they love having the council member there and they want them there sort of all the time. So I think that's going to be the default of the language here.
Perfect. Thanks for that clarification. That makes more sense now. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I do have a little bit of concern with that one aspect. It's the council members are expected to attend as requested by the body. But we have assignments sometimes that are given and they may conflict with other responsibilities of us as council members. For instance, I will have some occasions where I was assigned to the Public Arts Commission. I hadn't requested it, but I'm enthused about it. But it does occasionally conflict with my VTA meetings. And so that this language kind of doesn't allow for those considerations the way it's written. So I think we might want to tweak that to add and as requested by the body, unless the council member has other official duties that conflict.
I think that works good.
Is the maker and seconder okay with adding language like that?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Any other discussion on this while the clerk is updating the language? Wonderful then. Madam Clerk, once you have that, I think we're ready to vote. Councilmember, does that reflect the language you wanted? Great. And the maker and seconder, okay? Perfect. Then let's take the vote.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Ames,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. And I think that brings us to our last one, international travel, because miscellaneous expenditures and council contingency fund still coming back to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. So then let's get through this last one, international travel. Anyone wants to make a motion? That would be great too. Seeing no lights, oh, perfect. Councilmember Ku.
So I think there on the number one, the last sentence, it says total tips. So just to make sure that, I think it's trips. And then otherwise, just to clarify, it's a total of 40,000 for international and local travels for official business. Okay, I'll move, may I? Okay, I'll move 4.3, section 4, 4.3, PNS's recommendation for travel related to sister city, sibling city, and shared interests with another board, with another city board. Item A.
I'll second.
I don't need to speak.
I guess no, I don't need to speak unless this becomes a controversial issue. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I love what the sister cities and sibling cities do. I think, having a more international perspective, especially I think the exchange programs that the students do, I think is just amazing. But my main issue here is mainly the expense, right? Is that the city's funding this. And while I think it's great for cultural reasons, I think for the city to be spending money on international travel, just to me doesn't make sense. I mean, we're a local city, right? We're not the federal government, so it's hard to justify that we're going to spend our taxpayer dollars on international travel when we are a local city. So everything else about it is just awesome, but except for the fact that it's saying that we're going to pay for international travel. So in general, I like the sibling sister city thing, but I can't support the idea of paying for it.
Councilmember.
Yeah, as someone who has been very supportive of our sister cities program and our sibling cities program, there has been in the past significant discussion on the boundaries of city reimbursement for travel. And what we have seen is that over the years, council members and the mayor have frequently chosen to participate in events at our sister cities, typically on their vacations. But it's always been at the expense of the council member. And the many different, and I've done a number of those, and they've been, I think, of some value to the relationship. They've been personal experiences that I've valued, but I'm not sure that we should be subsidizing international travel for those purposes unless it was explicitly a formal agreement requirement that obligated in-person presence. And so I would add that language as a stipulation to the international travel, that it would only be on an occasion that where the in-person presence of a council member or the mayor was required for that occasion.
I accept.
I guess I'm struggling with what would be the definition? How would we define what is kind of required for in person? There seems to be so much. I mean, I haven't been yet, so I don't know what it's.
The only ones that I have recalled have been actually the formal signing ceremonies of sister city relationships. You know, that would be at the top of my list. You know, there could be an occasion of a significant anniversary of a relationship. Maybe we'd go that far. I'm not sure. But I don't think the routine engagements should be what we're subsidizing.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes, Councilmember Burt, I agree. And we spoke about this at PNS. And so on packet page 242, the red language, A1, the second paragraph reads, the proposed travel must include an approved pre-travel authorization request for travel that explains how the travel will advance the city's interests or policy/council objectives, and a consideration of the cost-value relationship of the trip. The request should also explain why virtual attendance is not effective in that circumstance. So I think it's going in the same direction, and I don't know if that isn't quite far enough. If you want some other language in
that's
there, would be the
open
place that I would suggest we put it.
I see the intent there. I think that's pretty wide open. There are a lot of travel circumstances that could arguably fall within that set of parameters. And I would support a much more narrow one that said it was for an official occasion that obligated in-person presence.
So when it says the request should also explain why virtual attendance is not effective, you'd like that to say the request should also explain why it's an official occasion and virtual attendance is not effective. Is that what I'm hearing? Or is there different language? I'm just thinking that sentence, if we could.
Well, the preceding sentence is more broad as well. It says advance the city's interests or policy council objectives. That can cover a lot of stuff.
Yes, and you have to show why virtual attendance is not effective. So
That's right. So, you know, so say that there was engagement on sustainability issues with a given sister city. That would meet these requirements, but it's not an obligation to be there. It's an elective. And I've done this, and I've done it a lot, and choose to do those things, but they were good things, but not necessary that I be there.
Right, and I was trying to help find language. I think also I recall that before we were concerned about differing levels of council members' abilities to do some of those things, but then we were trying to balance it with the need, like the benefit to the city. So I'm trying to take your comment and figure out the language. So if you want to take, so you're saying to
I
add
offered
that
some language.
Okay, so add that to that paragraph. Is that where you?
I'd substitute it, but. So I would delete the elements or the sentences in that second paragraph where it goes into, says the request and delete from there on for travel that explains how the travel will advance the city interests or policy council objectives and a consideration of the cost value relationship to the city. And the next sentence is unnecessary with the language I proposed. And then I think those would be the sections that I would delete. So after the word request, all the way up through the word circumstance.
Are we done with that discussion? Great, then Vice Mayor Lau.
I just wanted to surface a test case of something slightly different, which I think would be included in here. But what if the chair of our sustainability committee was asked to go to a climate conference in Paris? It seems like this would be included and you need to be sitting there on the panel in Paris. Would that be something different or would it be contained within the verbiage?
No, I think that would be covered, even though I paid for my own previously in a circumstance like that. But I think that would be an official obligation where you have to be in person.
Okay, that's why I wanted to use it as a test case. One of my concerns in the P&S committee was, I think if this is sort of true business travel, that the council member shouldn't have to pay for it him or herself. And particularly as we try to attract, lower income folks to our dais, we wouldn't want that to be a barrier for that person to go to the climate conference. So that's why I'm in favor of some money for international under certain circumstances.
Councilmember Koo.
Councilmember, may I address Councilmember Burt, ask him a question?
Yes, please.
So number one, can you read that whole paragraph so that, can you check what Madam Clerk put up? Is that the whole paragraph?
Read what the new would be. Okay, it would be the proposed travel must include an approved pre-travel authorization request and should also explain why virtual attendance is not effective in that circumstance. I'm sorry, I picked up right. A pre-travel request and would only be on an occasion where in-person presence of the council member or the mayor was required for that occasion, such as signing ceremonies or other significant anniversary. I don't know, maybe that's being too prescriptive to the parenthesized part, and just instead put a period after occasion.
And is the sentence after the council, so everything else on that paragraph is eliminated after the proposed travel must include an approved
No, only up through circumstance. The word through the end of the second sentence.
I see.
And
Thank
then
you.
we'd pick up where we left off. It says the council will be responsible for ensuring that visits of et cetera.
Thank you. So I accept. I don't know if my second.
I'm struggling with this one, and I think it's fortunate we have Neighbors Abroad here for the next item, and I'm wondering if the president of Neighbors Abroad wouldn't mind kind of speaking to this and sort of your perspective of what goes beyond. I mean, I understand this is kind of trying to establish there are certain things you have to be in person, but maybe you could also speak to other things that can't just be done on Zoom for these type of visits, and your thoughts of this language and how this will impact it.
Well, I can tell you that it's extremely, and thank you for the opportunity. I can tell you it's extremely important to our sister cities to have council members and particularly the mayor attend their ceremonies. It's a deep honor, particularly, well, I shouldn't say particularly for the European cities, because I think it's true across the board. It's a deep honor for them. And so enabling people to do that, I think, is important. You've seen when they come here how important it is to be in front of everyone. I wonder whether I understand that the size of the amount seems high, right? When you look at that amount, and I wonder whether there could be other restrictions besides being in person that could be put in place, such as what would be paid for and what would be paid for by the council members themselves. For example, if it's just airfare and they cover everything else. The other problem that I see is we've had difficulties in the past where people traveling on behalf of the city have had the sister city, pay their way. And that places a reciprocity on Palo Alto, which is very difficult for us. And I can tell you that if somebody goes to France and stays in a hotel there for 5 days while they're attending things and the city comps them on that, it's probably $500. And if they come here and they expect us to do the same, which they would, then we're talking about thousands of dollars. So enabling people to travel and enabling it not to be for things that they're doing their job, enabling it not to be a detriment to them financially, I do think is important. Right now, I'm just going to be honest, this year we have the 15th anniversary of Sechura, we have the 30th anniversary of Albi, and the 60th anniversary of Oaxaca. So this would be a year where you'd have a lot of big anniversaries, and they have already put out requests to have council members attend because it's important to them. So just getting it out there, because now seems the time for everyone to understand that it's there. And it sounds like a lot of money to me, it does, but I wouldn't want someone who it's more difficult to pay that not to be able to do it.
Thank you. I appreciate that and appreciate that last point as well. I think Councilmember Vinker made it and the Vice Mayor as well, being a less affluent council member. I do hope to be able to visit a sister city or two, and having to pay for that myself would be a little challenging. So, and I think we had that kind of discussion earlier as well about that this shouldn't have to be based off of personal wealth to be able to represent the city in that way. So thank you for that. We'll go back to Councilmember Vinker. I think you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines, can you remind me, is the real difference here going from $35,000 to $40,000? We're talking about $5,000.
When I checked the notes from the meeting, I believe the budget right now for council member travel was at either 30 or 35. So the incremental difference is 5 or 10.
Okay.
Thousand.
Yeah, and so with that, I mean, I thank Councilmember Burt for raising this. This is, we were trying to address this at PNS, and we found somewhat different language, but I think our intent is the same, and the intent is to kind of trust the judgment of the 7 of us up here. It's all going to be very public. I think the only thing that I struggle with here, I mean, that's why we said, you know, if virtual will do it, don't go. There should be a cost benefit. I think the one thing I struggle with here is to say where it's required, because there could be instances where we really think it's a great idea. It's beneficial to the city. It's, what was the language? We worked on this a lot at PNS, that the cost value balances out. That may be hard to do, and maybe different council members will judge it differently, but I think it goes through what the mayor and the vice mayor approvals. So for that $5,000 a difference, I just feel like, I don't know that I want to restrict it to ones where you have to, where it's required. I think where it really is an asset to the city, and maybe it's rare. And I also, though, in passing, want to say a big thank you to you, because I know you've done a lot of travel on your own nickel, and I think it has helped the city substantially, you know, to a number of cities, and that has been extraordinarily generous of you. And I just want to see that go on, but with some strictures. Perhaps, you know, when it is on the city dime, it does have to be narrower. And that's the balance we were trying. So I think everyone's trying to kind of do the same thing. We're just off by a little bit here.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
So I think based on what President Burgess said, you know, there are, like this year, there are 3 cities that are requesting council members' presence, in particular the mayor, right? So that is already something that is part of kind of required. Would you not say, Councilmember Burt? I mean, so I think on these three occasions, it goes to show that that's already part of, included in that language here. For us, for whomever wants to travel there, in particular you, the mayor. So I do see, you know, that if all 7 of us went, that, no, I don't think the 40,000 would support us. And then, you know, I kind of think there are NLC, there's the National League, there's the Cal Cities that we attend. And then, you know, you went to the mayor's conference. I mean, so there's all these other conferences that we go to, which adds up. And I don't know that we actually disclose to the public that or maybe we might need to make a rule in order to announce that we're actually going on some business trip so that the general public knows that what we're doing. So I think that, you know, this one here, it at least has some parameter of how the money is being spent, and that, you know, I think the cost value relationship phrase is still in there. So I do accept this, and I hope that, you know, we give some confidence and trust to the public when we're using public money to travel overseas on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I'll just add that the language in this motion actually is the first time that we've allowed any compensation for international travel. It's in these kinds of occasions, it's typically going to be the mayor, or if the mayor couldn't make it, it would be the substitute for the mayor if it was an official occasion that required our presence. If the rest of us want to go, that's really our elective, and we can pay for ourselves. But it's not a requirement. It's not fulfilling our official duties to go and do something that is a fulfilling experience that contributes to the sister city relationship. Those are really positive things, but I think we need to draw the line, and we've opened it up here in this motion to something that I think is reasonable and but doesn't go too far.
And Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
My comments have been addressed. Thank you.
Great. Oh, I noticed I haven't answered if I accept I mean, it's been I think it's actually been a good exchange, and so I think strong arguments have been made in favor of the amendment, so I'll accept it.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. And
Excellent work. We'll bring the censure item back with the larger annual discussion of the procedures and protocols. So that concludes this item.
great, thank you. And then just,
Oh,
Madam Attorney, do we need to make a motion to continue those items to a date uncertain? No? Okay, great. Then let's move on to our last item. See how efficient we can be for item 14, policy and services recommendation to City Council to approve a new Friendship Cities program in Palo Alto. Do we have a staff report?
not really. The item in front of you is just the follow-up of policy and services based off the referral you gave them to think about the cost related to this program. So their recommendation back to the council was the adoption of a Friendship City program with a few parameters around bringing things back annually and being able to look at it. So that's in their staff report.
Great, thank you. And as policy and services, I guess this was under Chair Tanaka. Do you have anything to add? No? Great. Any members of policy and services want to include anything? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just wanted to add the point that we discussed actually quite a bit, which is that there was substantial caution on the part of the staff that friendship cities are going to be in demand because people want to be in a friendship city relationship with Palo Alto. So there's some risk that this could explode with interest. And so that just has to be watched and looked at. So, but I wanted to carry that message for you and just make it public.
Thank you. And I realized I should have pointed out on packet page 245, that is the recommendation that came from the Policy and Services Committee, which speaks to the parameters that the committee recommended for council to take action on. And thank you for carrying the staff resources message, Vice Mayor.
Okay, see no other lights. Let's go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Sarah B.
So I've been in front of you talking about friendship cities before, and I believe that what the method that you need to understand is what we are looking for is a very simplified relationship, something that's simple to put in action and something that's simple to follow through with. And in that, we devised a system where our board, upon the request of a city that was brought to us either by this city or by the city itself, would come up with a recommendation for a simple agreement, not like a sister city, but much easier to put through. For this reason, the restriction to 2 cities in 3 years, it doesn't really comply with what it was that we wanted. We wanted something where there are cities in, for example, Mountain View has sister city relationships, I believe, where they've signed a document and that's it. It works for the other city. They're able to say Mountain View is our sister city. Mountain View, once a year, they have a conversation. That's all they do. We want to be able to honor that if somebody comes to us with that. It is true. A lot of people want to be sister cities with Palo Alto, but Neighbors Abroad doesn't have the bandwidth to do it, and nor does Palo Alto, and we're well aware of that. We try and take as much burden off staff as we possibly can and put all of the requirements for visits and everything else upon us rather than staff to the ability that we have. So it's all on us. We're requiring that if a friendship city comes forward, we have to have a board member who agrees to come onto the board that chairs a committee for that friendship city, that we have to have them have a committee actually going, and that the parameters be set forth. And you saw the parameters in the agreement. And we want to work to make those narrow, 1 exchange a year of students. Very, very narrow parameters for a short period of time. So we would like to see the 2 cities for 3 years lifted. I think there's plenty of restrictions and plenty of catches already in case this does try to explode. And we don't want it to explode because we couldn't handle it. Also, there is a provision that directing staff to evaluate current existing sister city relations and the potential processes to transfer to friendship city or other status. Practically speaking, I don't understand how we could do that. I don't understand how we can go back to a city that we have a longstanding relationship with and ask them to change it. It just seems rude. And so I just think that would be very hard, and I would prefer that you not adopt that. And also, there was something mentioned in the reports asking that there only be 1 delegation visit per year. Ideally, we don't usually have 1 per year. It's usually more like 1 every other year. We did have a kind of a backlog from COVID, so more have been coming through recently than usual. I don't think that, excuse me, will continue. But if someone is here for another purpose and they want to meet with staff.
Your time is up. Please finish your sentence.
Thank you. It's difficult to tell them no.
Our next speaker is Bing W.
Good evening again, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, and I'm now wearing a hat as a board member for Neighbors Broad, and I want to support our chair, Sarah Burgess, just advocated for about Friendship City. So as Chair Burgess just emphasized, we should not have to be constrained to 2 Friendship Cities over 3 years. Instead, we should let Neighbors Abroad team or board member advocating the sister city as well as the possible Friendship City to decide it. So from our understanding, according to Sister City International, typically sister city relationship require approval from both cities, councils, and also then Friendship City is less constrained that typically just made an MOU between the 2 cities, and this will simplify the process. It was also somehow how Yangpu process too. We had an MOU with them 2012, then upgrade to sister city thanks to Councilmember Pat Burke 2017. So I feel also the sister city, Friendship City structure keeps Palo Alto's status as a global city and promote our democracy globally. I remember whenever we host a Yangpu delegation here, at that time, city manager Jim King would walk through them, how we vote, what's the democracy system look like. And this really warmed my heart, just spreading the word how we work as a democratic system. So, and I understand that delegation hosting could be time consuming. However, our volunteer board members and VPs have tried our best to eliminate burden on city staff. We only need help to book a room here or provide tech support. And also, I must say, if city staff do have the time, delegation hosting could be a great opportunity to learn our sister cities, culture, custom, and indeed, Palo Alto has evolved into a global city with an international citizenship on the ground. So with our globalized world, citizen diplomacy is vital, and our sister cities and adding more friendship cities to the established structure will even bring our global villages closer. And one thought to share about travel is for Asian cities, typically if they have a delegation here, they expect mayor here to go back. So like the congratulations letter we just got from Yangpu, they congratulate Mayor Stone, but also saying invite you to come here. And we are now coming in May. So, and I hope if we extended the time and there is a budget for international travel for city council members, especially the mayor. And I also, according to data, people want to connect during the time of, disasters like pandemic or war like we are currently facing. So I feel our sister city, especially additional Friendship City, a positive platform to share best practices in terms of sustainability, student exchange, and learn from each other
Your
to
time is up.
harmonize
Please make your
today's
final
geopolitical
statement.
tension and the war-ridden world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ed F.
Good evening. Thank you so much for all your support of Neighbors Abroad over the years. Friendship cities are a wonderful way for us to connect to even a more diverse population. That's one of the things that most excites us about the Friendship City concept. For example, we have no relationship currently with any country in Africa, a huge developing area that just seems ripe for a wonderful relationship. As Sarah had mentioned, this does not, these relationships are quite much less formal than the sister city relationships. It is certainly our goal to not burden staff. I know that is a concern and that has been brought up. As the chair of membership, I could speak to a very, very exciting development at Neighbors Abroad where we have doubled our membership over the past year based on some really wonderful events that we have held, and our profile continues to grow. And so with this growth in membership, we've also attracted some new board members who are very committed. And so I really feel based on that, you will see, hopefully, I'm anticipating much less burden on staff. And we are very excited about the concept of these friendship cities. And thank you for your support.
Our next speaker is Bob W.
I'm Bob Winslow, and at this moment, I could say all my remarks were said, but what I wanted to basically say for a moment was I am so proud that we have come to this opportunity to enjoy having a new president of Neighbors Abroad in terms of Sarah Burgess. I think over the past 8 years, while I served as president, we climbed a mountain, and with Sarah being an Ed and a broader board, we're a much more vital organization to the city. Over the years, I've appreciated Chantel's support, Ed's leadership, and so with that, the concept of friendship cities was something that in the early days I helped support, and I think it was to be responsive to the mayor wanting to honor like Dinlari or Kenya or Morocco in a way that would not burden the organization with the standing of a sister city. And so we were really, frankly, trying to broaden the reach. We equally have a strong Indian community, but I'm not certain we have the ability to bring that diversity in at the level of a sister city. So I appreciate your consideration of this, and would ask that the numerical limit not be placed, knowing that collaboratively Neighbors Abroad and the city are certainly wise to not creating excessive burden. But key point of my remark is I'm honored that Sarah's taken over the leadership. And I'm incredibly appreciative of all of you council members for the years and years of support and innovation in our international relations. So thank you very much. It's nice to be here.
Thank you. Bring it back to the dais, Councilmember Vinker.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to all of our public speakers who came tonight to give us some more insight into this. So I sat on policy and services when this came, and President Burgess had sent a lovely email to us to explain to us more detail about friendship cities. And our very eager and active city spam filter kept it from getting to us. So I mentioned that because we did not have the benefit of that insight when we had the discussion at PNS. So we started filling in the sense that we were concerned about staff resources. We were hearing a lot about, oh my, how close is it to sister cities? We know it's less, we don't know how much less. And so I think that's where some of these things came from. But what's nice is we now have it. And as was mentioned, some of these friendship cities are as simple as an agreement. Some might be a little more, some sunset naturally, some are planned to sunset. There's all kinds of different things that one can do. So, with that, I think it's wonderful to have this flexibility. I think this is something that the city should embrace, and I certainly support. That all said, now that I've explained sort of how we got to the motion that came out of PNS, understanding that some of them are very limited in nature, I would support not limiting it to any particular number of friendship cities, because if you're going to sign a letter, that isn't going to put a burden on the city. So I do think the thing about the city, as in capital C city, shall host no more than one delegation per friendship city per year. I can't imagine you probably have two from a lower level friendship city. I don't know. I'm curious about that. But I would support the request that Mr. Winslow made. But other than that, I thoroughly support this motion and supporting instituting the idea of friendship cities.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I'm glad this is moving in this direction. Yeah, I would support not having this 2 per 3 years restriction. And I do want to note that we both parties really receive a lot of benefits from these relationships. We're a diverse community with people who live here from all over the world, and having relationships from their home country or their home continent is actually really meaningful to a lot of our community in being inclusive. And so it really helps us fulfill these city objectives, not just by being diverse and inclusive within our boundaries, but beyond them. And there are also economic benefits. We have right 200 yards away is the German accelerator, where this week the mayor of Heidelberg is coming over on not an official delegation visit, but coming in, we'll have a relationship. And this goes into this question of, okay, that's not hosting a delegation, but we probably will have a meeting with staff on sustainability. So we have to make sure we're not handcuffing ourselves too much there. But he'll be touring that accelerator right before coming to City Hall. And we have others. We have right down the street is the Nordic House, which hosts Sweden, and when our sister city relationship there. We have delegations, economic delegations that have been here from China and Japan, and the sister city relationships really place Palo Alto and reinforce Palo Alto as a global economic significant city globally, economically, in the tech community, despite our modest size. And then we also have relationships around sustainability, with all the way from Oaxaca to our European cities and otherwise. So I think there's a whole bunch of benefits for us. One thing this recommended motion C of directing staff to evaluate current existing sister city relationships, I don't think that's the needed nor the role of staff. If Neighbors Abroad wanted to initiate that, we could. The council wanted to do that at some point in time. That's within our prerogative. So I would support, and I don't know if people are wanting to wrap up this discussion and a motion. Okay, I see a thumb up. All right, so I would move the staff recommendation with 2 changes. Can I ask through the chair, ask a question?
Yep.
As Neighbors Abroad, would their request be to not have any limits, or to, in those first 3 years, or would 3 new friendship cities meet anticipated?
With the checks and balances that are in place, that it has to go through our board first, and that's not just an easy sell, and then come here and go through council as well. I would prefer there be no limits. I just can't see that we would be pushing through anything that wasn't handleable. But if we got something easy, something simple from somewhere, an agreement that was just, let's establish a relationship and not much more.
Okay. All right, so even though we don't anticipate more than that, I would strike the sentence or the portion in that first 3-year time period, no more than 2 friendship cities shall be established. Strike that. And in the next clause, and the city shall host no more than 1 formal visit by a delegation. I think that makes a distinction. And then to delete C. Okay,
I'll second.
and I have no more comments.
Okay, Councilmember Baker.
So I seconded it because I really believe in this program. I did want to ask a question. I know it's maybe a little awkward now in the second posture, but I'm trying to remember, there was a reason we did the direct staff to evaluate current existing sister city relations and the potential process, because it's not, I think, what it sounds like. It wasn't that they're supposed to go investigate. I think it was that we were supposed to ask neighbors abroad, how's it going? Are they all alive and well? I mean, let me ask Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines.
I think that summarizes it well. The conversation came up because there was the discussion that we may have difficulties not escalating a friendship city at some point to become a new sister city. There will be a natural desire for things to grow potentially over time, depending on the relationships. So the committee had the thought in mind of, well, what if we pay attention to what our relationships are with our existing sister cities and looking at the friendship cities as we have more friendship cities to see if there are some relationships that are doing better maybe over time than others. So that was a summation of the committee discussion.
So
yes, and
yes.
I think we thought that perhaps some might want to downgrade. I don't know. I think it was more, we just wanted to check in with neighbors abroad and say, how's it going? Are they at the right levels? And then think about the processes for going back and forth if somebody either wanted to elevate up or move down or whatever. And we wanted to talk to people, talk to neighbors abroad about it. So it's not well, it does not convey that well. I completely agree. But I think that was the intent, was to figure out what that relationship could be between the sister and friendship cities.
Okay, so I agree, it doesn't convey that intent. And so then my other question is do we need language in here in order to be able to do that? And I think that those discussions can occur without us directing them.
I don't know that we need to direct it tonight in a resolution, but I do think it would be before there was movement from a friendship to a sister city. I guess it would go through all the processes that you were saying. So it's already baked in there. And that was the kind of input that we were hoping to.
And I'll just add that if that occasion were to happen, I assume that it would be in the context of what staff support is needed and the total support that's going into the sister city relationships, not just that incremental increase. And those discussions would be part of what we review.
So I'm fine with striking C.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Koo?
I too support this program. It's been really great. As you know, I grew up in the Sudan and on Guam and in different countries. So it's always very valuable to know what the traditions and customs are for that country and to adjust in so many ways, conversation, negotiations. There's all of that nuances that I think that we can learn interacting with all the different countries that neighbors abroad have brought to our attention and have introduced and where we formed relationships with. So I'm okay with the changes. And I just wanted to ask for item C, instead of what it says that there is a biannual report from neighbors abroad to the whole council, is that something that the maker and the seconder would consider?
Actually, biannual is sometimes interpreted as twice a year or every other year.
Sorry.
Semi-annual is the clear one, if you mean every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yeah. Pardon me? Oh, I had the other way around?
Every 2 years. I don't think it,
Every 2 years. No, I think,
I mean, if we want to keep, if we want to be updated and not all of us go to the meetings or go to the events. And so if there's something like a report or a presentation to city council, I think.
yeah,
we'll
we can
keep them-
incorporate that. I'm seeing nodding heads from neighbors abroad. So every 2 years, a report would be provided by neighbors abroad on the status of sister city relationships as the new C.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask staff about the fiscal resource impact. You know, right now, I think it goes through the city manager's office, and you've been doing a really great job, Ms. Gaines. But I was wondering, you know, a lot of it also in terms of working, making sure availability for sites and also proclamations and signing opportunities and all of that. Would it make more sense, or maybe would it make more sense for it to go through the city clerk's office? I know city clerk is busy typing away.
That's a great way to toss it over before she can defend herself. We try to work with other departments on it in general. It's definitely not only the city manager's office. It helps neighbors abroad to have a single point of contact. So from there, we sort of spread it throughout the city. I think we'd like to spread the load maybe a little bit more so we can further discuss that internally. I
Yeah.
don't think you guys have to legislate it though.
Right, I think that might be something to explore and see whether the clerk's, city clerk's office is point of contact, but that was just a thought. I think for most of that, and then the last one, in terms of providing financial and staff support for city financial resources provided to neighbors abroad for reception hosting for visiting delegates. Have we paid for something, or was it mostly neighbors abroad that paid for a lot of their events?
This past, well, there's a few council actions that the city council has done. One is providing administrative support for neighbors abroad in their work. So the council approved that for 2 years. That's something that you'll need to reconsider again this upcoming budget cycle, because the second year is this current fiscal year. And then last year in your budget process, you allocated $20,000 to give to neighbors abroad for when they're hosting delegations here. So that was one-time funding that was provided for neighbors abroad. So that's something that the council would also have to reconsider in this budget process. But the idea is that neighbors abroad wouldn't have to pay for all of that on their own when delegations visit Palo Alto, and neighbors abroad is providing the interaction and the activities for those delegations while they're in town.
So this bullet point is mainly on the point that we had allocated funds to neighbors abroad, not so much that they come to us asking us for funding for their events and so forth.
Correct. This has to do with neighbors abroad doing a lot of the official hosting for official delegations that come to Palo Alto from our sister cities, yes.
Okay, thank you. One more question. There is this part here that says, staff considering establishing a fellowship program through which individual staff members that are interested. Can you kind of talk about this a little bit? This paragraph?
Sure, I'll pick up on that. Really just reflecting the opportunity for staff engagement to include as a part of our plan going forward, opportunities for staff to participate in, whether it's a exchange or fellowship, certainly something we'd want to discuss with the other cities to the extent that it's an issue of interest. But certainly we saw it as a way for the broader organization to benefit and benefit for the community in terms of the learning opportunities through these relationships.
But this is not included in the motion right now, right? It's
Correct.
something that we're still working on considering and looking at
How is it going to be funded? What are the parameters and so forth?
Well, so effectively, we could run this as an administrative program. So we would not need staff, would not need council approval if it fit within existing budget. So it's something that we have not fully fleshed out, but that's the basic concept we're envisioning at this point.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no more lights, can the clerk take the roll?
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Tanaka, in the future, please put your light on a little earlier.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to, I was listening to the questions. I thought those were good questions. So how much total, because I always hear staff talk about short-term staff resources, and, we're projecting a budget deficit for the next 5 years, like at least according to our long-range financial forecast. So how much staff resources and money do we think it's going to cost annually? Basically, I'm looking for the delta from what we do right now to after doing this.
We have not quantified the exact dollar amount in the way that you're asking for it. We anticipate that it would be more time pulled from existing staff that would work with Neighbors Abroad for the new cities. For a specific delta and number, we do not have that information.
Okay, are you able to ballpark it?
Not at this
Because
time.
my in general, I love what this is doing. I think the principle is good, but my major issue and an issue I had with it on policies and services was just that it's hard to justify if at the time when we're losing money, we're doing this as well. So so that's my major challenge with this. But so there's no idea of how much this would cost us at all. Like, more order of magnitude, 10,000, 100,000, $1 million, no idea.
And it'll really depend on how many friendship cities that come. If there's one, it probably wouldn't be a significant difference. And Neighbors Abroad has taken the responsibility to do most of the legwork. So we're hopeful that that does not equal a lot of additional staff time, but we won't know the full pull until we sort of see a little bit more of what comes.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more lights, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And thanks, Neighbors Abroad, for being here this evening. With that, I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Sam Anderson, of Palo Alton, who passed recently at the age of 83. Sam was a graduate of the Cubberley class of 1958. He was the first student body president of Cubberley and a Dartmouth class of 1962. Sam was also celebrated as a celebrated English teacher for over 35 years locally, and even recognized as Teacher of the Year. Most importantly, he was a beloved husband and father. With that, thank you, everyone, and have a great evening.